prompts, and I think this would help. If you guys want to see, the fastest, easiest way is to go to the link in my bio at on here on Clubhouse, or you can go to NFTs.tips/start, and that's going to give you the access you need to see what I'm doing. What is that? Later. Alright, so I got my mural board open, and I'm going to start from a clean area where there's no writing, no nothing, and I'm going to basically map out what I want to explain to a group of people who've never experienced blockchain technology, NFTs, or anything like that in the middle. What's up, Ryan? How you feeling?
Good, man. Just waking back up. I've been on the road the past couple of days and put in a little 8-hour drive back to Vegas last night. So just hanging out, listening, man. Just getting my day started.
Nice. All right, so I'm gonna map this out. You guys can follow along in the mural board. So if you guys want to see what I'm doing, it's right here. And the first thing that I need to identify is a lot of these people have artwork, and they're like, "Hey, I got all this art. Can you just do the work for me?" So, what does that look like? And they have 250 artists who created art, right? They have 250 pieces of artwork. So we would have to generate 250 MetaMasks. 250 MetaMasks need to be generated. And what that allows us to do is create one extra wallet for the organization. So we're going to have an organization wallet, and this is the one that we're going to mint from. Okay, and now we're going to need to identify how to do a commission split. So the first thing we need to do before we mint is we need to define the title of the piece. We need to create a description of the piece. And once we have those two items together, the title and the thing, then we need to discover what the price of the piece should be. So what if this piece has a physical associated to it? How does that interact with this? So one model could be that we have a physical piece and they want to sell an NFT. Let's make, I know 3 options off the top of my head. So you have option 1, option 2, and option 3. Alright, so we got 3 different options. You got a physical piece of artwork and you want to now sell this piece of artwork. Do you want to sell the physical piece with the NFT? Another option is create an animation of the NFT. So there's different series, like different, so let me do that over here. So you can have a common, which could be a static image of the physical piece. And that's just what you get, is a physical, just one little thing. Then you can make a animation, and that is a NFT that moves or is interactive, and this would be a rarer option, right? So this is rarer, and then you can have possibly this plus the physical piece as legendary or ultra rare. Ultra rare, and that is the physical piece and the animation, right? So this could let's see, number of units. You could make this 1 of 1, so it's super ultra rare, and only one person's getting the physical. And then we can have, let's say, 51 of 50 units, and then this could be like 5,000 or 10,000 or whatever, 5K units. I don't know if there's a better number or way to visualize that, but these are the number of ways you could split it up once you have the assets. So we should find examples. How do we get an example of this? Let's see if I can open up a browser window and go on OpenSea. What is...
You want to find like a filled out collection? Is that what you're trying to look for?
Well, I'm looking for a collection that has like different, like the thing that came to my mind is the Street Fighter, where you had like the different build cards and you can have different tiers of NFTs based on the different things and the different rarity levels and rankings based on those as well. Is that making sense?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of one that fits all of these numbers. Like maybe David Cash's CD, the Cash, the Cook Boys.
Yeah, but that didn't really.
Yeah, I didn't hit the numbers, but that kind of hits all of the what they could be.
I'm just looking at like what's in my wallet that I can explain. What the hell is a tie-dye ninja? Okay, there was this project that I got over here from somebody that was this Bryce Young. It's a trading card. It's not exactly the example that I want to give, but there was 2 different variations. There's the gold and there's the silver. So this kind of gives you the ability to understand what the NFT does and looks like, and how there's 2 separate tiers. So I don't know if I can find the video file of this.
How about that evil? How about the evil one? Is that one evil? The one's a baby mask, the masked baby.
I'll take a look. Let me see if I can get to this thing here. There's a website to this that I could probably take the assets from. Property, go to the website. Let's see if they have like a JPEG version or an animated GIF version of it that I could just drag it on here. Bryce Young. So we have these 2 different variations. Show open video on new tab, open video on new tab, and then I could drag these potentially over in here if it accepts JPEGs. I think it's working.
You're doing Miro all on a desktop? This is a desktop you're running around on?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Nope, it just gave me a file with an MP4. That didn't work. So I'm just gonna have to show them links, which is fine. Is there a keyboard shortcut to use a screenshot like on Macintosh to show different variations?
I don't know that one.
Alright. I'm not worried about it. Okay, so we have visuals here. The next thing I want to be able to explain to these people, can I just save copy video attribute? No. What if I save it as a video and then drag it in as a actual MP4? Will that work? Let's see. And then go to files, go to documents. Where's the documents? MP4. Where is this thing? Documents. Let's try this folder. Nothing. Let's see if it shows me. Open, show in folder. Alright, there it is. Bryce Gold. Will this work? Doesn't accept it. Alright, so I'm going to just skip that for now. So there's 3 different variations. There's multiple different wallets. And I got to create a flow from what a user has to do to create this. Now, let's just say we want to do it on OpenSea. Why would that be a benefit? All right, so OpenSea is easier to use, right? Alright, OpenSea, it's easy to use. We have to be aware of the 2.5% commission fee. You can pay once and print on demand NFTs. So it's cost effective. And this is where most of the secondary sales are happening on the Ethereum platform. All right.
Also accepts multiple payments.
It accepts multiple. What it doesn't do is a multi-sig commission structure yet, right?
No, not yet.
All right. So we're going to turn this one red so we can identify that this is not necessarily something for this specific project we might want to use. So what other platforms do we know of that could do a multi-wallet split?
Cargo. I believe Nifty Kit also. Known origin.
Alright, and you said Nifty Kit. Alright, so I need to take this, Control X, and let's say we want to do a multi-split. We want to do that, but we can only use these 2 options at this time. Is there any other chains that are going to
Oh, one more cargo.
Oh, what happened to cargo?
Because you could theoretically create the multi-sig contract on cargo and then transfer it to OpenSea, so then it shows up on OpenSea.
Okay, so that's one work through, right? What other benefits does known origin have that would make us want to choose that platform?
The contract, when you create the smart contract is under the name that you created under, where if you create something underneath OpenSea, it's underneath their name.
So this is, okay, hold on. The OpenSea, another issue is that it's under the OpenSea.
You're minting under their contract name. In particular, it's under the OpenSea contract name,
Which is bad.
So, which is
it's bad.
Yeah, it's not a plus. That's a con. Yes.
So a known origin does it under the project name.
You have the ability to. All the others, you have the ability to change it. So, not out. You have the ability to customize. So they also do it under their name, but you have the ability to customize your contract for an additional fee.
Okay.
But that is a plus, yes. So in other words, when you open up MetaMask and you open up the NFTs, there are some that are created only on OpenSea, and then they don't end up on your
All right, so another benefit of Nifty.
Nifty Kit, whatever you named that particular contract, up on it shows up on the individual wallets.
And this is a plus.
I believe so. Yeah.
This is a plus.
I think OpenSea is working on it. So there's still room for expansion. But as of today, the way that it sits, these are pros and cons. Yeah.
So when you use, this is the biggest question. When you do Nifty Kit, known origin, or cargo, is the commission that you get when it's sold on a secondary market like OpenSea, does the artist get paid?
That's per platform. It depends on the platform.
So does it happen on Nifty Kit?
Yes.
Okay, what about cargo?
Yes.
And known origin, or you don't know?
I believe so. The difference is the token that you're originating on, whichever one they're using. So the newest one that's been deployed are on Nifty Kit or known origin and cargo, and OpenSea is still waiting to migrate.
Okay.
That ERP 15 or 1859, something like that. One of those things.
So what was that called?
The Ethereum EIP. EIP.
EIP? Alright. So what other chains do you think would be beneficial to look at other than Ethereum? Does it make sense to even look at Solana at this time?
For early adopters, yes, for sure. The developers are already going there. The entire market's not going to be there for a little while, but if you're in, I'm sure. At this point, I believe we're still where MySpace was winning, where when the internet was early, or when social media was early, it looked like MySpace was winning, right? You 1 billion people are on there a day, but that's kind of hard for me to believe, unless it's enough, you know.
All right, so Matic, Polygon. I don't think Tezos is a platform to bring a generative art project to or anything else. I don't know enough about that, but
Tezos has been backed by Quincy Jones and a bunch of his buddies. So not every platform, I think, is going to be for everybody. It kind of depends on what you're going to be, what it is that you're trying to sell, basically, or what it is, how many products you're trying to sell, and the amount that you're trying, the amount that you're trying to sell it for. So I think the different platforms and the different use cases of each token will dictate which one's going to win. And again, we're super, super, super early. All the numbers you were mentioning of how many people are actually in the space, how many people actually have wallets, and how many people are just in it for the quick cash grab, right? So the data really is, the way that I'm interested in looking at data is based on years, not months, and we're still just months into this. And none of this is financial advice, but I think Solana is definitely something to look into for sure.
all right. So let's go into, now we selected a chain. That's stage one. Stage two is identifying which marketplace. So let's do this. Stage one is which chain. Let's make this that color. Stage two is what marketplace. And custom is also another option, right? Custom is an option as well. So I'm going to put that as an option. We need developers. You're going to need, it's a little bit more unknown path. Full control. Alright, so we got those. And I think either OpenSea or Nifty Kit's going to be the way to go unless we use
it depends also, though, Alex, because known origin is absolutely killing it too. It depends on what it is that you're selling. Like the one of ones are killing it on known origin. Like again, it depends on what it is you're selling. So, say you're a company like who's the company that mass produces, but then they also sell small collections. Like that's kind of have to think of it that way. Like it's kind of hard to narrow everything into one stream of thought or one channel.
So to give you
depends on the product.
To give you an idea of what the product is, it's a Bulgarian park that has reconstructed historical human villages from prehistoric times all the way to modern times, and they created like a theme park of all different areas of the time periods of humankind and the evolution of humans. and we were able to walk in and out of the different experiences, see how they cooked and what they wore and what the living was like in different regions of different areas. And they had 250 artists from around the world create art for different time periods. And now they want to create, well, they don't want to do any of this shit. I basically was like, dude, you guys have all this really cool stuff. How can we um, get you guys updated to the Web 3.0 and provide people with a user experience that's insane and like no one else in the world will be able to compete with you if we're like the first to market with something like this.
It's a festival.
Well, it could be a festival, or but the idea was we're starting with the 250 physical art pieces that they currently own, but they don't want to sell the physicals. They want to sell NFTs of the artwork, but give it the credibility and provenance that it came from, because they hired artists and had like a whole group of people working on the art, so they technically were like the ones that commissioned it. So the account from my mind would be it comes from the historical park, and there's a split between the park and the artist. So there's a commission split, as well as a split when you make your first sale.
This could be a cargo or a nifty kid thing. So that would, I don't think.
And there could be potential different seasons over a period of time. So this is season one where they have these artists, and they might be able to get more artists or different artists for different things in the future. All right.
What's up with y'all? How everybody doing today?
What's that?
Say what's up? How everybody doing?
We're doing fantastic. I'm currently creating a pitch deck for a client that I just got off the phone with, but I have to explain how all of these different things work in a way that they've never experienced or explored crypto or NFTs ever in their life, but they understand that there's a benefit to it after our initial meeting, and now I got to represent a document that's going to break down all different options and give them a reason why they should work with us to help them support them in this venture. All right, so mint from this wallet. All right, so we're here now. So create a wallet, and if it's on ETH, it would be a MetaMask wallet. Then mint from this wallet, and then there's going to be a commission split, and there's going to be a percent for the park, percent for the artist.
Let them know about the lazy minting too, so that on OpenSea, if you mint one time and you pay that gas fee, on your second mint you don't have to pay that gas fee and that piece is sold, so you can keep minting pieces.
Yeah, I have that here. I just didn't put lazy minting. Alright, so now that's labeled as lazy minting, so we can easily find that. Alright, so now Solana, we got Ethereum. We're gonna create. Let's delete that one. Copy this one. Stage 3 would be identifying agreement. So this has two pieces to it, for the sale and for the commission. stage 4. So now they have 250 pieces of art. They all are connected to 2 wallets. The percentages were set up. We need to create a title, description, and a price now for those different pieces. So upload artwork. Then you have to name it, put a description, and price it. And they're going to go, how do you define what the price is worth? So the price, I think, is based on how many are in circulation, who the artist is, who the artist is, and what extra utility.
Time spent.
Huh?
What about the time spent on the piece also?
Extra utility.
As well as market, what the market has been yielding, I guess, is another. Like, what is if you're trying to sell a Big Mac, how much is the Whopper selling for? How do you write that? I don't know how you write that.
It's basically figuring out who is your competition, who's created artwork similar to you.
Yeah.
And what is it selling for? Right? Alright, so the next phase is, let's make this a little bit bigger so we can see this. Stage 4. Stage 4, and this would be pricing or preparing mint. Right? So that's the preparing mint stage. This is stage 3. This is stage 2. And this is stage 1. And I'm going to draw frames around these to make it even easier.
Like a pro.
Listen, dude, this stuff is so complicated when you try to explain somebody over a phone call, let alone a language barrier, dude. I don't speak the language, so it's like even super more challenging to kind of communicate this stuff.
You're killing it.
And they totally understood everything I said, even though I don't speak their language, which is wild.
It's the intention, man. It's the intention. They knew that you intended to make their lives better, and they were like, "Hell yeah, we're with that. You want to go eat now?" And that's what they were like.
Yeah, pretty
right?
much.
Right? And then they were pouring drinks like there was no tomorrow, right?
So this is stage 2.
That experience you're explaining reminds me of where I'm from. They have Williamsburg, Virginia, where it goes back in time to like colonial Williamsburg, where dudes are all dressed up in the colonial.
Right. I've been there as a kid, and I learned about all the places in the historical moments of the Americas because of that place. And then I had to sit in the classroom and try to learn the same stuff from a book, and it didn't work because my brain was like, dude, I was there. How are you going to tell me that, this doesn't work for me?
And then one of the experiences, just to make it even deeper, was I got to make my first candle. Like I made a candle originally how they made it back in 1700s. Like we literally sat there and made a candle. It's pretty dope. It's called a Yankee candle.
That's what's up.
That's what's up.
Stage 4. Alright, so now you got the 4 stages. So we're preparing them in. Now, this is the problem, dude. These people don't understand how complicated this stuff is. Stage 5 is
marketing. Marketing.
No.
Nope.
Stage 5 is you need to put ETH in the wallet. How are you going to mint if you don't have any crypto?
Yep.
Right?
Operating costs. Yep.
So buy ETH. I'm going to put that in there. Operating costs. So how much does Nifty Kit cost?
That would be I haven't done it yet, so that would be a Joseph Girardi question. He said it was a little more.
And it goes up to like 500?
It was a little bit more, and he said he felt comfortable with that because he was getting their expertise, and he knew that when it was happening, he would have no problem on the drop day. Sometimes that, we've seen problems happen on drop days where it's like it just goes flat right after if there was a hiccup during the drop day. You know what I'm talking about, Alex?
Yeah, I know 100% what you're talking about.
It's got to be flawless. It's got to be a flawless drop. And Joseph's was flawless. It was perfect. So that's huge.
All right, so now you got to buy ETH. So that means you got to go and create a KYC account with OnRamp. And I'm going to just make a list of possible options. So this could be Coinbase. This could be Binance. This could be Gemini. Could be Crypto.com. Right? Alright, so now that they got an account, now they gotta set up send passport and fiat to OnRamp. And then once they get it from here, they gotta send it from here to your MetaMask. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So now, stage 5 is there. Stage 6 now. So we got the money in the wallet. I can mint the contract now. I can mint the contract.
Yes, yes, you can.
Okay. Now the next thing, that's pretty much self. We prepared stage 5. I'm just gonna copy this and put this again over here so we have it as a frame. Put a frame here and do that as stage 5. Stage 6 is the mint to contract. So what does that look like? They're gonna have to take the 250 pieces of work and pay the fee. Now, if they do it on OpenSea, they're only doing the one first lazy mint, and then everything else after that is free. But it's a open account, which doesn't have its own benefits. So I don't really like that idea, just minting right to OpenSea. Is there a platform commission that you have to pay to Nifty Kit?
I believe so, yes.
Do we know what that is?
Not off the top, no. It's compatible or comparable. It's kind of likened, just for a better understanding. It's closer to like the way that Wix builds websites as opposed to ones that have their like Squarespace has the templates that are really, really defined per, like they have templates like that. Do you know what I'm saying? Where OpenSea is just one, it's like a eBay page. It's not so specialized.
Yeah, I get it. So we have the money, we minted the contract, now it's live. So now, this is the problem. If we do this in these steps, where's the buyers? There are none because we didn't build any reason for people to buy yet.
Yes, marketing.
So the marketing actually happens before all this.
Or during. Could be during. There are programs, or there are projects where they're explaining as before the drop. Building the Discord.
So let's do that.
Yo, where's the, I'm looking for the are you streaming right now?
I am. I just forgot to put the link in there. I'm sorry. Let me just do that
good?
now. Media.
On YouTube? I can find your channel just searching up YouTube, right?
Yeah, you could do that too. YouTube. Yeah, that'd be easier for me right now. I'm just super hyper focused on getting this out there.
Yeah, I'll link up, I'll sync up, and you know what I mean, get all the I'll sync it all up to my stuff.
Cool, man. I appreciate you.
Just basically your name at YouTube. Just search your name up.
Yeah, my name.
Cool.
All right. So the marketing would entail and this is like a key indicator that these people are doing things out of steps, out of order, and they're not winning because they didn't understand what was needed to make this happen. So, all right, so let's do this first. You need to get
You need to identify who your target market is. And then where are they, what windows are they looking into? All those things we were talking about earlier, all those numbers you were mentioning, which particular windows are all those people who the target market is? What windows are they looking into, and whether they have a digital wallet or not?
And if not, what windows, what applications are they using to get all their content, and what are they spending the most time on?
So the projects that are mostly winning, the projects that are mostly winning, they're marketing to the people that already have digital wallets. That's key. The ones that are already winning now, the ones that are winning in 2021 now, they're marketing to the people who already have wallets. They're not onboarding. So you have to kind of gauge with this particular project how much of it is going to be necessary to onboard for this particular experience. You know what I mean? And of those people that are part of that target market, how many of them currently have digital wallets? And then you have to build into that marketing program before you hit stage 4. They have to already be onboarded and waiting with that ETH in their wallet while we're ready to mint. So that they're just waiting. They're dying till we hit stage 6. They're not going, oh, let me get my ETH now. You got to build that anticipation the same way that you got to build it. You got to make them the same way where you're watching a movie. You don't see the fight scene right at the beginning or right at the, within 10 minutes of the movie. You got to build that anticipation. You got to build the, who is it that I'm waiting for? And why am I cheering for this dude? Why am I even cheering for him? You know what I mean? Why am I cheering for Iron Man? Why? It's the why. So that's what the marketing is. You have to build the what it is and the why. Why do I have to wait 4 stages for this? And that's where the teasers come out. I'm dying to watch this movie Dune coming out because I'm seeing all these teasers for the last month and a half. It's something like that. You have to do these little teasers. You have to. That's the marketing part of it. And there's so many different ways. There's so many different successful ways. It just kind of depends on what is the actual item that's being sold, because you sell a Big Mac different than you do a chicken sandwich. Even though they're both sandwiches, they're different experiences. I know they're both meals, but you sell them different. It's different target market, I guess. You know what I mean?
I do. And these are all key points that you're making here. So we have to build anticipation. We got to figure out, why do I care? Create teasers, generate posts that are going to get attention. And
each of these stages, marketing has 5 stages, 6 stages too. And the guys who are winning all 6 stages are firing on all cylinders. It's not just in stage 6, now let's start the marketing. The ones that are winning, they started when the project started. It all starts at the same time. And that's why you initiate the funds in the first place, because you're like, okay guys, we're all into this, so let's all chip in, because this is gonna win. You know what I mean? And all that, it all goes into, it all it takes all of these things to make a successful NFT project. I think all of these things, bro.
Of course.
Yeah, man. It's not just luck. It totally isn't luck. None of this was luck. What we were talking about. None of that was lucky. That was all.
I would like to say that I don't think it's even it's not even the art. Dude, the art could be awesome, but if you miss these steps,
yeah,
dude,
and you don't sequentially, if it like I said, if you put the caboose at the beginning, you're not gonna get to your destination. You're just not gonna get there. You know what I mean? So you got to have people who've been on the train ride before and go, okay, guys. So yeah, especially ones that are winning. If you get those guys and you see the things that worked, like the things that really worked, it's awesome. So there's a lot of good stuff here, man. Yep.
all right, so digital real estate. What is the important places that you think people should know about? I put right here: buy the domain name, get a .eth, a Twitter, Discord, Telegram, maybe, Gmail, YouTube, because this is associated to YouTube. What other domains do you need to lock up?
POAP. POAP is working good now. That's a new one. That's not quite new, but when we dropped it for Miami, that's what opened my eyes. And when the successful projects, all the successful projects got POAPs. So POAP is part of the marketing program.
But what other domains or social platforms are
You want to
unnecessary?
probably get a plot on Sandworld, on Sandlot, sorry.
Sandbox?
Crypto voxels, Sandbox, yeah, Sandbox, Crypto voxels, with Somnium Space. I know on the AR side, augmented reality, there's Superworld, OVR, and there's also Muse, M-U-S.
Yeah.
Yeah, Muse, that's been not, hasn't been a lot of been talking about it, but I think it's gonna make a buzz soon.
I know about it.
I think, yeah.
So we got over 100 plots of those.
Mm-hmm.
I got a couple plots.
Muse, Decentraland, Superworld, Sandbox.
But then the other part, Alex, that is also missing right now, but I think it'll be a big thing in the future, in the near future, is in real life. If there's ways that you can create that build up and to make it part of in real life would be crazy. That would be a really good one. I don't know how. I have no clue how, but that's something that's missing in this space right now.
Okay.
How about like wearables and
Yeah, dude, these people have the sickest wearables.
Sorry, I think you just broke up, Alex.
No, wearables is a thing.
So I guess like when we drop in a project, if it's an avatar type project and it has an avatar, then maybe there's a 3D model of the avatar, and that avatar makes its way into multi-metaverses, right? So we were trying to bring Meebits into crypto voxels, and we had a good response, right? The developers are like tweeting about it, and me and some friends are going to try to get Meebits into their metaverse. So I think there's going to be a trend soon of interoperability metaverses where, say, you can like buy wearables in one metaverse and wear them on your avatar in another metaverse. So we're trying to figure that out, and I just want to throw that out there as we're building ecosystems, that the avatar is going to be the vehicle of like some of these, well, some people that want to express themselves across the metaverse. There's different scopes and scales of people in this ecosystem, but mainly the profile picture, like masses, I guess, group of demographics is probably going to start virtualizing themselves and embodying their virtual selves, and then trying to be everywhere, making content.
Sounds like a mirror image.
Yeah, I know. You should jump over here and explain to him what that is.
You explain it. Can you explain it?
So we got Milan in airtime right now, and he created a product that you take a photograph of your face and you basically put it through his algorithm and it generates a photorealistic 3D rigged avatar that you can then use.
What?
Yeah.
And then it's also a body scan.
I
Don't
need
forget the body
this.
scan.
It's good.
Okay. And then it does a body scan, and you can update your body scan over a period of time, and this avatar could potentially be your dressing room, your digital dressing room that you can go to your favorite apparel companies and you can put the outfits on inside their little dressing area, and then you could see how it would fit you based on the size in reference to your body type.
No, we're going
That's
to be
dope.
like
That
Burlington,
sounds
and we're
great.
going to sell all those clothes as NFTs and as digital and physical. So you can buy the clothes from us, try it on, and then wear it in other metaverses. We're going to become the store. I'm going to build the store out this week.
That sounds really exciting, man. I really think that's the future of all this stuff, because, building virtual worlds, storing your NFTs, they're all digital assets. So at some point, it's about how do we carry them in an inventory? Like what's the inventory look like? Is it a backpack, or is it, what does it look like?
Can they hear me?
Yeah, I think they can hear you.
Okay, so basically, I want it to be like where any brand can sign up. We'll obviously have some type of criteria, but let's say you're making jewelry and you're like, all right, I want to bring my rings over. Well, make your ring your physical. So obviously your physical ones, will sell that with it, but then we'll also make your NFT. So that NFT will go through the metaverse on the avatar or go near your avatar. Obviously, custom sneakers is another thing, right? So custom sneakers are going to become very popular as NFTs become popular, right? So these one-of-one sneakers that people customize can now become an NFT that's wearable in the metaverse. So imagine you getting this like really custom Jordan 4 sneaker that no one else has, that's really rare because you bought it off this person. So not only do you have the physical item, but you have the digital item too. So I'd rather be the store that's kind of accelerate all that process, right? You come to us, sell your stuff to us, and we help it go through the metaverse.
Nice. That's exciting, man. I'm definitely gonna link up with all that. That's great news, man, because that's how it all comes together. That provides the utility we're looking for, I think.
Alex, that's straight up real onboarding, bro.
No, but it's true, and this is kind of the stuff that I was thinking about back in January before I even understood what NFTs were, and I was already building my own metaverse in Unreal Engine, and I got so far up until the point where the client was like, how much is this going to cost? And I was like, let me go do a quote. And the pixel streaming at that time was unfeasible for a company to pay that much money just to have their users interacting with this 3D space. Now that it's decentralized and the price point is cheap enough that we don't have to worry about the streaming of it. We just need to have a fast enough computer, because your mobile devices at this time aren't able to interact with the metaverse the way that we would like. But I see a future similar to how these movies like Ready Player One and Free Guy and all these other things are projecting into the future of what we are going to be looking at and how we're interacting with things, especially when Apple glasses or these augmented glasses are coming out, giving us AR experiences on top of reality. One of the things I told these guys was, how wild would it be if we can create multiple, let's call them realms. So imagine going to a theme park that has different historical periods of time and people, and your AR experiences based on which realm you select will give you access to the action and people and experiences that were happening during that time period. So you could be in the physical space and have multiple realms stacked and have different experiences in each one of those different realms and have games associated to them as well. Dope.
Yeah, that's dope. I like that a lot.
How do you explain this to a person that doesn't speak English? That's where my challenges have been.
You just got to put the word diggity in front of it and say it's diggity dope.
We have some crazy dudes in VR who made like text to speech, speech to tech little APIs where you'd like speak in another language and it would like record it, translate it, and then speak it back through like the text to speak robot voice. So I guess the future is like real-time translators, man. It's freaky, but
CP3O, but then do it with your GPT-3. Do it with your GPT-3, bro.
No, what's the
just translate real time?
Yeah.
no what's the robot in Star Wars? What is that? A OPT show?
CP3O.
That's CP3O.
GPT-3.
It's gonna be crazy. I give it like next summer. All this is real. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like next summer, this is real. All of it.
All right, dude. Well, this summer they want to throw an event, so we need to figure out like what we can do. Provide this presentation. They want to partner with us. I don't really know what this even looks like, dude. To be honest with you, but in my mind, it's like I want to go.
Start with Joseph, Nifty Kid.
Yeah,
Get a
I'm
meeting
going
with
to talk with him.
and see if they can accommodate 250. If they said it was 250 distinct wallets, or is it just two? And then they'll
No. When I say 250 wallets, each artist created a separate wallet. So I would have one piece, and that one piece would have two potentially wallets connected to it. The artist.
Give me like a high level overview, just like real quick, couple sentences of what you're trying to do, because I came in a little late.
So I'm currently streaming right now, and I've been making a map on Miro so I can explain to a company who has 250 artists that have physical pieces, and they want, well, I introduced the idea, and now they want me to come up with a proposal to show them what the benefits of moving their art onto the blockchain and being able to sell one-of-ones or limited editions or a whole series of commons available for the population to appreciate and enjoy without losing the ability to hold the possession of the physical piece.
So call it season pass. That's like a season pass.
Right, that's good. It's the onboarding of a bunch of artists that also are traditional artists, and what does that look like bringing them into the digital medium, and what are the options for that volume? That's good, man. I'll shut up and think.
Yeah, I'm just trying to do what the people wish they had somebody walk them through before they do a project, because a lot of people just drop projects and they had no concept of the different steps from behind the scenes to identify what's going on. So real quick, just to give you an idea, first we have a pregame, which means you need to do your research. We need to figure out who your target audience is. Who are they? Where do they live? What are they doing? Where are they in the crypto age? Are they owning a digital wallet or not? Then we have to think about marketing and have a lot of things prepared prior to dropping, which would be buying a domain name, buying a .eth, getting a Twitter, a Discord, an Instagram, Metaverse Land, creating wearables, telegrams, getting a YouTube, Gmail, create a few.
No, bro, that's real quick. That's your social media guru. That's your social media guru. That's a job title. That one person, there's one person that's in charge of what that particular spot.
I get it.
Part of marketing, but that's an actual title of a person that's in charge of that particular role, from pregame all the way to the end of drop, and then afterwards when you're doing all the interviews, they're going to ask, how did you do it? There's a particular person that's their specialty.
So then after marketing, we got stage one. Choose a chain, right? So which chain are you going to drop it on? Are you going to put it on Ethereum, Solana, Matic, Tezos?
So this is like a pitch proposal, right?
It's a what?
It's like so you're working on a proposal, and it's more like a pitch proposal to this organization.
I did an hour and 40-minute just conversation with them, and this just blew their brain because they've never heard anything like this, and they were so against it when I was there in person. They were like, yeah, we don't want to we want to get away from digital. I'm like, you obviously are not informed, and if you don't pay attention to this, you're going to lose a huge marketplace and possibly global exposure. And if you feel okay with that, I'm going to walk away. And then they freaking chased me down and put me in front of the top tier people in there. So
nice.
I see.
Yeah, so first the challenge is I don't speak the language, so I have to be able to explain. They basically said, what are the steps? What do we got to do? And how much is this going to cost me? And can we partner? What does that look like? So I need to be able to break this down in small little bite-sized stages, and then once they can wrap their mind around what's possible, like I even have it down. So in the different time periods, there was different like structures of architects or archetypes. So you have like archers, you have kings, you have queens, you have mages, you have all different like people who interacted in these different ecosystems. So like I was thinking of creating separate generative art projects that have separate different characteristics that would represent that time period. And then based on the NFT that you hold gives you different access to different activities that are in the park. So your NFT actually is your unlockable and access point. So if people want to go to the park more than once, they have to acquire multiple different types of NFTs to acquire different aspects of the park.
Because I feel if you are telling them all the possibility, you are actually just giving all your knowledge for free. So I feel if you can collaborate with them, they for the revenue strategy, the one of the revenue income resource will be consultancy, right? So I feel you wouldn't want to share all the knowledge in this proposal. So for me, if I come, because I'm coming from advertising account director experience, I would actually list all my resource or like my annual plan and introduce them how they can participate and get involved with NFT because you got the most strong platform in NFT space. So in a way, you're keeping your knowledge, but you also introduce your products and service, and then you can just review some knowledge how they can create NFT and become NFT revenue for them through your resource and activities. For that, the pitch proposal will be more organized and also secure your knowledge because you don't want to share everything for free. That's how I think because I just got into the room and listen for 10 minutes. Yeah, hope it helps.
Hi, Faye. Halo. Yeah, definitely helps.
I'm actually just doing this right now to vomit all my ideas onto this platform, which is going to actually help.
So you can actually just list all the resources we have done. So for what we have done for the past year, we can redo it like another year, right? So that you already have the experience, so that would be the strongest incentive to all the clients because you have done it and you have done it so well. So you definitely want to present what you have done as your main products. Then you can add more product that you want to do, like that I just heard earlier from your conversation. So we can add like shoes, like IP product, because that's the thing. If that's probably already in the our planning for NFT.tips, so you can add that and make a package to as like a product form. So if you present to them and then you got the resource connecting to the artist, right? Then it will be actually helping you to start the plan you actually plan to do. Do you understand?
I think those are all great ideas, Faye, and I really appreciate the different ways the value loops can be closed. Sometimes in web 2.0, let's say, these type of consultancies and things like that were set up, and I've worked in a lot of different sales pipelines where we would set up sales pipelines to limit access to information, to set up a monetary system to keep the ecosystem going. But I think there's something to be noted about these new ecosystems. Every time I've ever open source software or gave out a template or an infographic, just giving it out, it's come back in support from certain members in the community that I wouldn't have gotten support from. So it's like an inverse relationship that we'd have to observe. And that's like if we decentralize the information, it rewards the ecosystem more, because if we lock it up too much and there's too many access points, then it doesn't serve the purpose that it was supposed to be for what doesn't actually serve its purpose, it becomes something else, So if we can at least provide the value first, like by giving them enough information to get started. If you wanted to lock up the second or third tiers of consultancy, that's a good idea. But the first levels of onboarding is so important for this industry. We can't lock it up. We have to like.
No, I mean, what I mean is to make this proposal more organized, to actually present your product. But when you introduce your product, you can actually embed it, how like make it like an example for them, how they can join to this service. So during the process, they learn the basic, but at the same time, you're revealing part of your knowledge. But for more advanced knowledge, they have to buy your product so they can participate. So that would be, for you to charge for consultancy fee. But when you present the product, while you are trying to, make them, just make example for them, they actually can learn you're professional. That's how the pitch should work. Should be formed. So. So actually, we are not really. I agree. Definitely share some information, the basic one, but actually they can all find it online. So those information are valueless because it's open source. Yeah, but for definitely keep the valuable information that they show, they definitely pay like down payment. Then you can share, because a lot of time, especially feel the whole NFT.tips is looking more like an agency now. So for agency, you really need to protect yourself. Otherwise, you will waste your time in vain.
I honestly believe if I give you the entire roadmap, you still couldn't do this, to be honest with you. Like, we're going to need 100 people sometimes to knock out some of these projects at the level that we need. And those people might not be full-time. They might just do one or two little pieces of the puzzle. But to try to explain somebody, go open a MetaMask, go bring ETH, put it into this ETH, go mint the contract, go ahead, go. Figure that out. I don't think they could do it in a timely fashion.
No, she's right. But she's right. There is a difference between onboarding and what an agency provides and the consulting that you're providing with all of this expertise. It's one thing to give somebody an orientation. It's another thing to walk them through the finish line, and that's what she's expressing, right? I think
the onboarding can be like you can give them a free class, so you can actually create this bonding relationship with a potential client. That's more like a tactic to have more exposure in front of your clients. So that's something you can edit, like you can give them free class about onboarding, etc. Yeah.
It's great stuff, Alex. Basically, what we're all saying.
I know, but at the same time, this is more for internal use. If we don't get this out and with our team, we don't have any roadmap that exists right now. I'm building the blueprint so we can help get our team on the same page, because right now it's just a bunch of random people and random thoughts and no construction blueprint plan to make this possible.
Yeah. Okay. So we can actually just just define the product, like for digital agency, for all, because now NFT is more like a new form of digital marketing, or for the artist, or digital revenue. So it just, I think it will including all the product the NFT.tips has created will be definitely very attractive already, like the media, what the fuck media, right? And also the event, and also the what they call the IP. I think the artists are most interested to IP. Once they could be able to connect with IP, their artwork and their commercial value will increase incredibly. So I wonder, I heard the shoes. So should we like brainstorming on other product, like for IP products, or what's our next discussion?
I like content creation. I mean, content creation seems to fill all use cases for all branding. So, a marketing agency type company is usually dealing with the brand and how to present that to the public. So, I mean, content production is always 80% of that. that. You know what I mean? It's like the rest is all the logistics, but most of it is what do the people see? So, you know, like, how do they make, what are we making? You know, are we making content with regular traditional video? Are we explaining the product through video? Are we doing it through a live stream or right to YouTube, which is probably going to be pushing the content right to the top of the feeds of everybody, like live streaming content? Does that content, is it like digestible, you know what I mean? Or is it really long form content that someone would really need to be an enthusiast to get into? So I see it as like all these different ways of making content and getting, it's like the attention economy, you know, on the internet. So it all breaks down to, you can have the best plan in the world, but if you don't have a content production strategy, then nothing, you know, well, not nothing, but it'll be harder to reach the masses through video and streaming, you know, which is our main content, you know, outlets right now. Make content, tons of it, and then like all kinds of it, and especially in VR and podcast content and these kind of things, like what we're doing right now is amazing. It's Clubhouse, YouTube. I think that's actually really groundbreaking, Alex. Like this should be kind of a standard of, you know, and if we can get into Discord too, it would be great. You have like a three-way, you know, communication hub, and it's being streamed. It's here, it's there, it's on all places, and then we all bring that together to make more content around the ideas.
Did you mean make more like a documentary for the artist?
Yeah, well, since there's a lot of brands that are hitting up NFTs.tips, I mean, each one of these brands probably don't have a content production strategy. Most of them just have their art, the NFTs, they have all their stuff, and then they tweet a few times. They should all be offered a way to like create a podcast or some type of artist interview, like you said, or a metaverse artist residency where they create art for 2 weeks in front of the public, and we expose the talent of the artist directly to the public. Because, you know, it's one thing to create the brand and make it all look professional and really make that look good. It's all going to come down to the interview and selling the artist's story, you know?
Yes, Godfrey, that was perfect. That's the IRL event that I was talking about, Alex, that helped propel Gabe and Wardhall and Sabit after Miami. The in real life event and in Black Up, that pushed them in another stratosphere. And then also stratosphere, the in real life events, the more that we incorporated as part of these stages before the actual drop, the one that he had mentioned, if you could expose the artist and let them do something in real life. Maybe it's a Twitch event, or maybe it's an event at a mall or something like that, where the artists get to interact with people. That goes a really long way. Think about like when a movie drops, and the stars come out before the movie, and they do the junkets and they do those types of things to help build the hype train, basically.
Yeah, in China, they actually had this video service to introduce more like a cultural industry, including like hotel architects and maybe artists, especially for this craft artists. So I feel that video service will definitely be a great service to highlight those who can present more content. Especially in the craft process, etc. It was actually successful in China. They have I can give you reference for that media.
The interesting thing is it's all like unique to each individual use case, because like you said, it might be architecture, it might be an artist, it might be whatever it is. So if we're talking like art NFTs, that's one niche, and then as NFTs grow, content production does scale into the other industries, because you're still going to have to film and produce and show something for what you're doing, whether that's the final product or just an overview, or mainly the documentation is almost more valuable than the actual product, is what I'm trying to say. Like when we document everything, the artist's lives, the process, even what we're doing now, you know, these live events end up becoming valuable down the line, because when AI looks back and sorts all this stuff, it's going to be extremely valuable data. So the more documentaries, things like that, and actual publishing of these kind of historical data points it just helps establish everything. You know what I mean? Especially the artists, because if they don't have social proof of their work, people have to trust the brand, and if the brand isn't backed by the artist's story or the mission of the brand in a transparent way, then it becomes, you know, risky for them. So to limit the risk, we can expose them and show them if they'd like to. Some artists like to be completely anonymous, and you know, you don't know nothing about him, like Xcopy, right? He just sold one for 1,000 F. So this can be thrown out in the garbage too if you have a new plan to do it as well. But traditionally, we want to introduce people to the artist.
So with this particular project, I agree 1,000% with everything Godfrey just said. That was all perfectly stated. With this particular project and it being like 250 artists, right, Alex? It's not just one particular artist. It's for this particular event. Marketing it would be something like a Cirque du Soleil where there is no main star. It's the overall experience of the overall show. And if you could market it in that realm to where it's the event rather than the individual artists, which those individual artists all make the event. So you could do individual highlights of them, but when it all comes down to it, you're always hyping up Cirque du Soleil, not the performer per se, because it's 250 artists, right? Is that right?
Yeah, but this is just, I think, the gateway. The same way that people got onboarded into NFTs, the original first phase of what all the craze was all the artists just found out that they can make money in crypto, and that was like the initial boom. Then the musicians came on board and they're like, yo, how can I get into this world? But then they realized that they're stuck in a 360 deal, and they're like, I don't even own my own intellectual property. So they're still trying to figure out a solution. I haven't seen one that was like amazing for the music industry yet. But then it came into the metaverse and the wearables, and then the Gen Art projects, and now DeFi associated with it, and then next thing could be AR. So it happened in different stages, and now we're becoming more aware of it because we're living in it. But now I'm like on stage, 9 is activating the metaverse, stage 10 is creating a generative art project, and potentially, continuing to go on with different stages. That's going to take this original 250 artists. Who's going to buy it? It's going to be people in the metaverse who just love it, or people who physically go there and fall in love with the stories and the different things that are happening in the real world. And then this just becomes an extension of their memory. You also have the NFT lanyards or tickets or POAPs. They even had currency that they gave me a piece of metal, and I walked over to the blacksmith area and I put the metal inside these two like hammer looking things, and then I took a massive like Thor hammer and I had to bang on this other hammer to indent and create the actual coin. And each coin is individually created by the way you hit it and where you hit it and the amount of power you use to hit it. So like each person can actually come home with a physical, but what if that physical was enchanted with an NFT and it gave it properties that you can actually use now inside an in-game experience?
I like that idea. It reminds me of Mortal Kombat when you do test your might and you have to like battle, and then whoever would win, you get like a little coin. So it's a fun way of using this time we're spending on the computer to do something productive.
Yep.
Also, I mean, it looks like there's a few action events. It's the artist who makes the art. Then are they found or unfound? That's a huge distinction. The minting event of their first Genesis piece, and is that going to be a one-of-one or additions? That's a huge distinction. And then the Merkle tree fractal of distribution. So it breaks down of discovery of the unfound talent, minting the art and onboarding, and then the Merkle tree distribution. I think it's like, I'm just drawing it out on a piece of paper. It looks like that's the flow of it.
Yeah, so I have multiple different things here. One would be, do you want to sell the physical part with the NFT? They said no, so they're probably going to collect the physicals and keep it inside galleries that they can do showings. But then people could buy, like let's say there's a one of one and that one's animated, and that one's the super rare, high, awesome, cool one that everybody wants, but only one person can afford. And then there's commons, which is the editions, and that would give people the ability for a small piece of the action to afford and collect something that was a memory for them and they can experience it.
I think it's a good idea. I mean, the editions are good. Faye, were you about to say something? Sorry.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to mute my mic.
You're cool. Yeah. Having the different tiers of exposure for different collectors is a great idea, I think.
Yeah. So the next stage I see is we have, let me just put in this, the physical coins was a cool freaking little piece of the puzzle. Physical coins. They have a metaverse that they built, but it's just for animation. So creating metaverse. So if they go with some models, they're going to have to hire and develop the land, buy land, and then they're going to have to develop the land. They also have, this is the other thing that's insane, they have houses that they recreated from ancient times, and they're rebuilding, they're knocking down old buildings and rebuilding with ancient infrastructure with modern technology built inside.
Which platform is this, Alex? Sorry.
It's not a platform, it's an actual physical location that I'm working with to digitize their entire park.
Got it.
We should just reset the room real quick, Alex. Yeah, let's reset the room. There's some new folks in the room.
So, go ahead, you reset it.
So Alex is talking about helping design for it in Bulgaria. There's 250 artists that he had the vision of turning the experience of I don't know how, you have to help, Alex. I don't know how to break down your experience there.
All right, so here's what I got. I had a 2-hour conversation last Monday and another 2-hour conversation this Monday with an organization that is not associated with the government. It's all privately funded, and they raised money using a decentralized method. They built this, looks like a freaking real world metaverse of different lands, of different ages, of time periods of the human existence. So the Trajan period was one of the first type of people from back in the day, and they came in here and they had different wars and different things. They got acquired by the Empire, the Ottoman Empire, by the Romans. They have.
I'm sorry, Alex. So what you experienced was an actual physical area that someone has developed out, or
yes, they spent 10 years. They spent 10 years building this out. I went on my honeymoon. We got married in Bulgaria, and then I went on my honeymoon, and I was scouting out locations in Bulgaria to create an incubator where we can select a group of people from artists and developers and everything else, and then we would basically rent out hotels and do all these different treasure hunts and experiences and build a real tribe of people to have fun and interact and do what we love and get paid big money to do it. So my wife and I were just going, and I'd be searching all over the place. I said, we got to go here, we got to do this. And she goes, why? I don't understand. And I'm like, just let's go. And she looks at some of these places on paper, and she's like, you're crazy. And then we get there, and she's like, wow, this is really awesome. We spent 12 hours with this facility, and I was exploring all the different things. And they still have another 6 years or 8 years to finish building out their vision. But they got so much going on. And I met the guys who are building it, and they're more nuts than me, and I fell in love with their whole process. And one of the things that I really appreciated from them was they have architects, historians, and people from the past who are basically recreating and reconstructing history in a physical form where humans can go in and explore and experience, unlike a museum, but you're actually dressing up and experiencing it and becoming part of the story. And I'm like, dude.
Like a Renaissance fair on steroids.
Dude, this is a permanent install. So they have these little yurts and everything else where you can rent and you can live in these ancient little houses and tents and have like little village experiences, and then there's archery, and I rip my arm open because I don't know how to hold it without busting up myself. Then they have all organic food that they're making.
I got it. So you now want to take the concept and bring it into the metaverse, correct or no?
I want to basically, here's my real vision. My wife is from Bulgaria. She goes, hey, do you think we could ever live in Bulgaria? And I'm like, I don't speak the language, and I don't have any friends, or I don't know nobody over there. So why would I want to go there? And then I have to ask my questions to discover ways to make it possible. So this could potentially be a place where I could go and live and have like full access to all the coolest things in this country. And I'm in the hub of Europe, so I could jump on planes and go anywhere in Europe. So my motivation is trying to figure out, where do I really want to spend my time, and who do I want to be around? And these people are definitely the type of people that I could be around, right?
Got it.
So,
thanks, man.
So now I see what they built, and I see what they're building, and I'm like, dude, you're building the most epic infrastructure for the old world, but what if we can partner, and I can show you what's your options to have a digital presence as well, and potentially open up your market to the world, because you're going to be this new world. Like, this is like a freaking metaverse, dude. I can't even imagine how to explain it without you going through some of the music videos and the videos that they're producing. Like, they went all out. They hired the best of the best, the top tier drone pilots, and like the warriors that go in there and they're fighting it out with real swords, and like dude, you're like in this time period. And you go and you get dressed and you wear the clothes of that time period when you go through this park. So it's not like you're just a tourist. You become immersed with this world. And then by the time you leave, you want to know more. So how wild would it be if you could put that world in your pocket and now play games and interact with it, or potentially have... I was like, dude, we need to put video cameras all over this park, and then we can have the watchers. The watchers are the people at home all over the world that want to see all the things that are going on in these games that we create, and they can participate from home, whether they're going through the metaverse or they're watching it through the screens and the TV, kind of like the media that we're used to watching. But then we can create like tiered games where we have it set up like Survivor, and then we get people who buy NFTs, and then they get to participate in that world and experience it because they own the NFT. They get invited. The NFT will pay for their airfare, their hotel stay, their food, and their activities, and they can do DeFi protocols and earn money and do all this stuff. Like, dude, my brain doesn't stop. I just can't write that fast.
It's that. Yeah, that.
Man, that sounds so dope.
Yeah, and the people are so down to earth in the hospitality that they shared with me. Like, dude, he's got digital dirt bikes, and he goes, can we create games where we can guide people where they wear a helmet, and their helmet's connected to some sort of computer, and the computer's showing them coins, and the map is being revealed by where they can go and collect coins. And now we're guiding people. They're playing games in real world, but interacting with it with a freaking helmet and a freaking augmented reality stuff. I'm like, yeah, we could do it. I don't know how, but we'll figure it out.
Pokemon Go.
Pokemon Go on steroids. So one of the other things that I saw when I went to Bulgaria the first time about 5 years ago was they have this passport book. And this little passport book has 100 of the most visited locations in the country that are historical or monuments or different like things that kids could participate in. And when you get that book, you find the administration there, and they take a stamp or a sticker and they stamp your passport of that specific location, and you can go around and collect it. And if you get 50 or 75 or 100, you get entered into a raffle and potentially could win prizes. I'm like, dude, all this is the digital universe that we're moving towards. All we got to do is upgrade your network. They already are participating. Their thoughts and their vision is already aligned with what we're building. They just need an upgrade.
And a mastermind like you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's doable, bro. Totally.
100%, dude. And then I found a guy who owns a castle. The guy told me, the castle is yours. Whatever you want, you can do it. Dude, I got freaking castles pirate ships, full hotel groups that own 13 or 14 different hotels that can hold over like 10,000 people, that offered me opportunity to use their facility and partner with them so we can bring people and create artist incubators and build a whole new way of tourism where it's not like just a group of people who are going on vacation, but we're all living, working, and playing together and creating the world that we want.
Dope.
Dude, who wouldn't want to be a part of this? This is just so exciting, man. It's insane.
Yeah, I believe what Faye was saying, Alex, was this is different. This is an agency. This is a little bit different. What your vision, which is always amazing. Yeah, I think you need to really kind of take a step back and say, if this was an agency, what would this agency focus on? And then you answer this.
But the thing is to ClickUp. We have different departments that I defined. I put little boxes. I turn those boxes into work groups on ClickUp. So if people, I don't know how to onboard the people into ClickUp, but the next phase in my mind is to isolate the community and establish roles and responsibilities for people who want to do more of a full-time, this is a lifestyle, I'm down, I want to do it, I want to build this. But like, we have clients that come to us on a regular basis and they're like, oh, we need Discord managers and Discord mods and people who are going to read and filter messages and create posts and do all this other stuff. So there's potential, a lot of projects that need these services, and if we can cultivate and curate all these different people who are able to do this in our world and give them money that they can use to pay their bills, and we're all working towards this bigger picture, it's a agency, but it's decentralized because we're using bounties or other methods to get people to unify and to congregate and to come together and make it possible. Because in my mind, it would be like little tiny pods, so maybe 5 to 10 people max per pod, and there might be 10 of the same pods that are able to work, but we just have to find who we interface with the best and then create smaller little rooms, and that we just live and breathe and share knowledge. And then there's like a sync day or a sync hour where we all get together and we just share about what's going on, and we're able to connect and unload and download and share what we're doing and keep the rest of the community going, because the information travels so fast.
Yes, and then we each disseminate it slightly different too. Totally.
Yeah.
It's exciting, man. It's exciting. I'm glad to be part of this whole thing, and it actually sounds kind of like there's levels of DAO in there somewhere that can handle some of the harder decision making that require a person to decide. So if we could decentralize those responsibilities, it would run easier, but that's also requiring a lot of startup for those initiatives. But I mean, just to get it going and have some pilots, making content around what you want it to look like is always a good idea, because then you can create leverage, and then you can see the immediate response of social. So whatever you wanted to do to have it shown on the front, we can propose to the public what you want to do, and then test the waters, and then kind of go forward with that, if you want to use a governance protocol. But it seems like a lot of pressure on you to manage and handle all the decisions. I mean, you can kind of decentralize some of those in the structure from the beginning, because I have some people that do similar stuff, like Meta Factory and other groups of people. They've decentralized their brand, their work groups, and they have subgroups, just like you said, of multiple designers and levels of people, and it all gets organized through a DAO, and then kind of like the rules of the code decide, where these projects, where the money gets allocated to and everything. But for what you're doing specifically, it might not match that use case. But for the broader perspective, if you want to have all these sub artist groups working, then yeah, I think some kind of DAO structure would be good to explore, so it's not so much pressure on traditional management.
So we need to identify, when is it time to become a DAO?
True.
What does that look like?
And is it the right way?
I mean, I guess it depends on the product and service and the amount of people and the amount of demand and like what the values and the alignment of everything in the ecosystem is. I guess it's at a point when it hits an apex of it needs more responsibility than a small startup of people, and it grows past their needs, like, or past their ability to manage it. You know, it's like started by a few people and a few founders, and it's an idea. It grows into a little tree. The tree is now growing into 10 trees. This thing is now a forest. Once it becomes a forest, it has to become a DAO. You know, that's how I would look at it.
I like forests. I think in forests.
You know, you know, I like trees.
So,
You know,
so
I mean, yeah.
The thing that scares me about DAOs, right, are governance tokens. Can you have a situation where there's people who work hard to build a DAO, and then there's people who come later and see the DAO is working, and then they buy up enough tokens to now control the DAO?
Yeah.
You know what
That's
I mean?
what governance tokens don't work.
Huh? Yeah, right?
Governance
Let me
tokens
try
don't
to.
work.
I might have a link. I'm gonna find that. Someone posted something on Twitter last week that might have something that might be able to help with that. Let me find it. Hold on one sec.
That's why I like the proof of work so much, right? Because if you have to prove your work to earn those governance tokens, then that's one thing. But then again, still, you can always sell your tokens. So then we're back in the same boat. So I don't know how that works. You know what I mean?
I think skin in the game is important. Like, if you don't got no skin in the game, then it doesn't. Then it's like, well, what are people like? You know, they have no long-term investment. But the thing is, they should have one vote. It should just be like, you shouldn't be able to buy more than one vote, right? Like, you could have, say, 20,000 tokens, but why should you have 20,000 votes? I agree. That's kind of ridiculous.
but then you got people who are going to sit here and be like, yo, I'm going to just open up 20,000 wallets and buy one vote for each wallet, and then find a robot that's going to sit there and vote it, and then it just becomes a technical nightmare, but they still have the same control.
Yeah, but every DAO just needs a KYC process. If you make sure that every human is real, then you're that.
See, now you ski.
But now you get the people like that go to the OTBs, and instead of paying the taxes, they find homeless people so they can use their social security numbers so they can cash out checks without getting paid. There's always a workaround. Humans are the weakest point.
People are the weak link. Yep.
Fuck yeah.
I don't know if they're going to go that far and get it. But even if they did do that, you can still. But let's say at some point, which is true, right? They've been collecting all the face data for the last, since the iPhone 7 it was, right? So you have all the face data on everybody at this point. You know everyone's face, even if it was a homeless person versus me. You know the difference, right? So I couldn't act like that homeless person eventually, right? So then we're not going to have a society like that. It won't be possible.
So you're talking straight centralization then? You're talking databases?
No, I'm talking about using data and then decentralizing the data that we collected based on all the years we've been alive. Right, so that's what people are going to start doing. That is data collection and knowing how to sanitize that data correctly so it makes sense for a DAO.
Maybe it's like two ecosystems colliding. Like there's the Web 2 and the Web 3 colliding, and we're describing a bridge or a timeline of adoption versus regulation, because it's if you're going to onboard artists and people in ecosystems. Obviously, the regulation is going to be one of their biggest questions. That's always. Oh, sorry, my dog's barking. Hold on.
So here, you just made me ask a new question. How long will Web 2.0 be relevant for?
Probably the next 3 years.
Yeah, I was going to say 3 to 5. Yeah.
Definitely not to 2030. Once they're talking about that UN Agenda 2030 thing, it's not going to be Web 2.0 for that. It's not even possible for it to be Web 2.0.
What is this that you're talking about?
Agenda 2030 for the UN. So if you look it up, there's 17 goals that the UN's going to do between now and 2030.
Agenda what?
What?
Agenda what?
2030.
All right, I got to look this up. I don't know about this yet. This is going to blow everybody's mind. Let's go! Agenda
sustainability plan
2030. It comes up in the Google search keyword associations. Transforming our world, the 2030 agenda for sustainable.
It's not a conspiracy. This is real. It's on the UN site. Like they're really doing this, and they're gonna make all these 17 goals happen by 2030. At least they're trying to, forcefully.
All right. So what are the goals? Where do we find these goals? It says
type in 17 goals, Agenda 2030, and it should come up on the UN site.
All right. Let's see. This is gonna be wild. 17 goals. How do you know there's 17? You probably. Oh my God, there's 17. All right. 17 goals.
Sustainable development goals. That's it. The 17 partnerships.
Hold on. Yeah. I'm looking at the goals. Oh, they made it easy, user-friendly, graphic. I like it. So let's see. First one, no poverty. Number 2, zero hunger. Number 3, good health and well-being. 4, education. 5, gender equality. 6, clean water and sanitation. 7, affordable and clean energy. 8, decent work and economic growth. 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. 10, reduced inequalities. I don't know what that means. Number 11, sustainable cities and communities. 12, responsible consumption and production. 13, climate action. 14, life below water. 15, life on land. 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. 17, partnerships for the goals. So this just looks like a bunch of random nonsense that they've been trying to do since the beginning of time.
Yeah, but they're pushing on it. If you look at COVID-19, you look at all the stuff that's happening today. Like, really think about it. It's all going towards 2030 and that goal, right? Even China and all these other countries are technically all working in their own way for that agenda. So yes, they've been trying to do it all this time, but you can see it actually shaping right now.
So let's see more information. How are they going to make sure that nobody's able to be no poverty? How are they going to end poverty? So
because they're going to know they're going to know how much money everyone owns. That's what it's saying. If you own over $600, we want to know your tax returns. We want to know what's going on because they're going to want to prove that people actually have money. No one's going to be able to hide their money anymore. That's what I was trying to tell Lo like 2 rooms ago. But yeah.
Well, so dark money will always exist.
Of course, that's always going to exist, but it's going to be very hard for anybody to do anything, right? Unless you're really, really savvy. And at that point, you're almost elite thinking, and they probably already know who you are.
So what you're saying is they're eliminating.
Bad red flags already. Is what you're saying.
They're eliminating.
By the time you get to that spot, they already know where you are.
So they're eliminating the gray money. So it's either going to be black or white. But we have it on the.
There's no in between. Either your shit is off the books, or it's straight on the chain.
Exactly.
Okay, so now the second one: end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. So you were telling me about robots moving into the fields and cultivating things at a whole new level. So that's
using
potentially
energy, atmospheric water generators and shit like that. Yeah.
So I definitely see that as a possibility. Let's go to goal number 3. It says Department of Economics, ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all ages. So promoting it just means getting the word out.
It means they're going to have a structure, which means robots are most likely going to be our police by 2030.
Like RoboCop?
No, like seriously though, like you think about Tesla bots.
Bro, like you've seen them. I've seen them in China. When that little bot rolls out,
like
you better move.
Like this is really happening. Like it's not a joke. Like Tesla is really gonna do it. We're gonna see a bunch of Tesla bots all over the place.
So can I Google Tesla bots?
Yeah, you didn't see the rollout. They sat there and talked about it for like 10 minutes.
I'm gonna see if it's under.
Talking about NFTs, bro. Come on, ain't no robots in NFTs yet.
Elon Musk's Tesla bot is a tease. Oh, you're talking about these are from Boston Dynamics. Those robots.
The Tesla ones.
I don't know. I googled it and it showed me.
Tesla robots are gonna be about Tesla. Boston Dynamics is its own breed in its own.
Yeah, I've seen the other ones.
They have the humanoid type, the one that can jump, backflip. Got a lot of shit going on.
You could buy a robot doing it right now for $5,000.
Yeah, I'm good off that, Milan. Come on, Slim.
I'm just saying.
That joke make me so sick just looking at it.
So
let me ask you something. Look, what they gonna do by 2030? I don't see them digitizing Guinea or Africa, where I'm from, by 2030. I don't see it.
I don't know. That's a question I always say, and I'm like,
that's
the only way you can do it.
I mean, not bullshit, but it's like, yeah,
It's what they call ending poverty, bro. What they call ending poverty is like you have nothing now. Here's 40 cents. Here's 40 cents. Now you're not poor anymore.
Yeah, they're gonna try universal basic income, I feel like, but
yeah, that's how they go. That's how they're gonna convince everybody to get that identity, right? They're gonna be like, you can't get your money without it. We got money for you right here.
So just because they're using words doesn't mean that the same words that they're using is the same definition that we as humans have an association to the definitions that they're creating for us. So ending poverty just means tracking and storing all financial instruments and being able to track. And if you have more than one penny, are you still in poverty? I don't know.
Basically, I agree 100%. That's exactly what they're going to do. They were like, we know for a fact you're not poor because we gave you money.
Yeah.
All right, so these Tesla bots have a black head and a white body?
Yeah.
All right, they look wild and trippy.
Somebody in a damn suit, so that shit was not enough promo for me to be like, oh, these Tesla bots are coming. That's like those Cybertrucks, man. Like, it's about to be bulletproof through the windshield. So it's like,
yeah, but they
get a lot of promo.
He definitely has the technology. I mean, if you even think about his brother.
I don't doubt it, for real. Cause that Boring company, they do a lot of shit. I'm watching, but it's just like, damn.
All right, so quality education. How are they going to educate people when they change the school's curriculum every year, forcing the teachers to relearn a whole thing, and then they're doing remote classrooms with kids that can't even read to try to get them on a computer, and then they give the computers to the parents, and they're actually from different groups or different kids' computers because they mix things up. Like, dude, I don't think that the education system, just in my area, is capable of being up to speed by 2030.
But Microsoft is doing exactly what you just said about Realms, right? Microsoft is looking at making different classrooms for everybody globally, so everyone can have the experience of what they're learning based instead of learning it from a book, right? So imagine we're now going into Egypt and we're actually learning about the pyramids and seeing the people do things or whatever, for example. You know what I mean? So that's what I mean quality education, because it'll be a new standard across the board using these things. Like, they're literally getting companies and partner with them to build these solutions, and not just saying, oh, we, the UN, are going to do this. No, they're getting Microsoft and all these top companies to build these solutions for them. That's why Mesh came out when it did.
Okay.
Agreed. Because I know Microsoft has got a big data mining cloud system that they haven't even rolled out yet, in comparison to like Amazon that's already like plugging up the world. But Microsoft has been slowly but steady just building up their infrastructure.
So the next thing is gender equality. So what's real
happening now?
What is that?
I was about to say, what you think?
Isn't that happening now?
Yeah, but how do you know that it's been done, or that it's been documented, or that you can measure it? How are you tracking gender equality?
Lil Nas X. You walk around, you can do shit like that. Come on, bro. I see that may not be the best answer, but they're a lot more open to people's sexual preferences and how they identify, and that kind of goes into like the age of Aquarius too, because it's like air and it's like space, and people are just being open and creative, so they're not gonna limit you through your sexuality, because yes,
but now they're not equal. Like, dude, I can't even walk into a physical location in New York City without a vaccine card. So now they're discriminating in different ways other than gender. Is that on their list?
I think that's part of how they're going to hone everybody in.
Well, that's how they're going to know you have good health, right? Because everybody's going to have the vaccines.
They always discriminate against the non-compliant, right? Those who don't comply will always get stomped on. Got a lot of stomp marks on me, trust me.
So the next one was clean water.
They just said water's about to go on the stock exchange. I think that's. I mean, unless they're producing water. I mean, have y'all seen that? How water's going to be on the exchange list as a commodity soon?
I believe it.
But I know people are using atmospheric water generators, which are pulling water out of the air, and that solution has been working. So I'm expecting more people to do that.
Then the next one is affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. So what is that? Like, see, this is the part against the robots and the electric cars and everything else. You still need petrol to charge them. The electricity has to be generated that you're using to charge it, which means you're burning fossil fuels or oil to make that energy.
No, that's not true. That's absolutely wrong. I can have a fully off the grid home right now using no fossil fuels. Like, I can build a whole home fully powered. You can even have a grow box attached to it. You can grow your own vegetables without using any fossil fuels.
Okay, and then you drive 250 miles and you got to recharge your car. How do you do that without?
They just need to turn the streets into solar cells or like Tyco, and then you don't need to unplug from the Tyco set. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they're gonna get there eventually. It's gonna happen. So 2030 is not unrealistic.
Next.
I'll be right back. I gotta take care of something. I'll be right back.
Are y'all reading this list though?
Yeah, I already read it.
Yeah, I'm going through it now.
Lo, did you see it?
Yeah, I was on the page.
What do you think?
It's just like Agenda 21 in the 90s when we read that about how they had a goal to be by 2021, and you see what 2021 looked like.
Did it happen or no?
Pretty much. Pretty much. Yeah, they handled their business. Pretty much. You can look up. It's just like this. It's called Agenda 21. It came out many years ago. It wasn't the 90s, but it was early, maybe like 2014. I remember it. 2013.
All right, I'm back. All right, so is there a way we can identify who the parties are that are involved in this? Is this at, like you're saying, it's United Nations, so is there a team of people delegated to making sure that this is propagated in their countries?
Yeah, and they're looking for, like I said, small businesses or big business to help them do it, you know? So if we were like, hey, we have a solution with NFTs, they would probably want to hear what we have to say.
So what solutions can we create that we know of that would benefit them and us for making this as a possible solution?
I think we should own our identity and we should make it a DAO so no one else can control it. And we know that us as a people control that DAO because it's more of us than them. That's what I...
All right, so how about this? I just looked up the Agenda 21 just to see, as the tail end of you talking about strengthening the DAO, Agenda 21 is divided into 4 sections: social and economic dimensions, conservation and management of resources for development, strengthening the role of major groups, and means of implementation. I think they're pretty effective at getting what they want done.
Yeah.
So how are they managing this? How are they making these broad claims and then they're going to track it and make sure that everybody who says they're doing it, where's the accountability?
All the leaders they have in each country, right? Each nation.
But I think, the way the UN runs is kind of like a DAO, huh?
Exactly. And all the nations are represented within that UN. But we should do the same thing as the people, and we don't. And I'm saying we should.
Yeah. Okay.
So the UN gets 3 million views per day.
That's kind of crazy.
Just so you know. So there are people looking at this. There are people interacting with this. Now it's just about figuring out where do we fit in this plan? Are they going to provide solutions that we accept and will adopt, or are they going to try to do what they've always done and we're not going to want to comply?
I think we would want to comply this time, and the only reason why I would say that is because we actually are shaping it up if we're the first movers, right? We always say, well, we're in these rooms, we're early, right? So we're even earlier than the government. So at this point, we might as well shape up what we want our destiny to be. And then we propose it to them, or just do it. And once it's done and it works correctly, and as long as it's not harming anybody or breaking any laws, it should be fine. And that's how I kind of see it. I don't want to wait for them to give us the answer. I don't think that makes sense.
Huh.
Climate change seems like the last goal that's not checked off. It seems like they have the other ones done already.
All right, how many people in this room are nervous by this conversation? Does this bother anybody in this room?
I'm scared.
No, I'm serious.
Damn,
Respectfully, yes.
Obviously not scared, right? Thank you, I appreciate you.
Only because, yes, I'm here in the U.S., but I keep bringing this up. I got family in Africa, and it's like all these decisions are being made here and being rolled out on us. You feel me? So it's like it is scary to think about. It's like, how do you implement change in this whole thing that's kind of already predetermined?
So is this like, don't beat them, join them?
Oh, I'm not on that though.
It's not even a don't beat them, join them. They're kind of joining us. We're first. We're here. Like, we should shape it. They're almost giving us the opportunity to do it. Think about that. There's third world countries doing more things with crypto than it is America. That's crazy.
No, it's...
There is. Think about it.
So you know what's the scary part of what you just said? Is, let's say one of these third world countries build up wealth. America won't let them build up strength. They're not going to be able to fend off if America decides, oh, we're going to come get that wealth.
That is scary. That is.
Yeah. And they will. They will do some shit like that, believe that. You know why they call them banana republics, right?
No.
Because the Chiquita Banana Company kept fucking overthrowing their governments because they was fucking with their paper. That's why they call them banana republics. Because the Chiquita Banana Company wants the apple of the world.
True story.
Yeah. So, you know, they don't play about that money, man. And I think that's a thing that people are completely not factoring into. El Salvador can get invaded. Like, that's the real shit. Like, you know, they got transferring all that money into Bitcoin. They dumping. They trying to cut ties with the central bank. You see, know how that goes. Sometimes they make examples out of countries. Don't do that.
We can look at Libya.
You know?
And Muammar Gaddafi as a prime example.
And you think if his son comes back and they bring back that gold dinar and they be like, yo, no more petrodollar, it's petro-dinar, what you think is going to happen?
They're going to find something else on them.
You know what I'm saying?
But that's the thing, though, man. Like, so if we know facts like these, is it that we just too pussy to do so? And it's like, has U.S. made us comfortably uncomfortable with the fact that they control all this shit? Or they control a certain point of this to where it's like, we can talk, but it's their shit.
Mm-hmm. It's their shit, right?
Everybody
no
in the room. Respectfully. You know? That's how I be thinking. And it's like, I brainstorm on this shit a lot, because it's like, you can look at what happened to Gaddafi and be like, yo, yes, like I'm a firm believer like if you're a leader in a sovereign nation, should nobody be coming to fuck with you. That's an act of like war. But if you could do that into Libya or like Iraq, Afghanistan, because they don't have that nuclear might, you don't fuck with North Korea. You feel me? Like that's one thing I look at and understand. You gotta understand your power, and like nations gotta take that fast. You gotta respect that.
Let's see what we got going on over here. So I got 10 stages. I got the generative art project is where I left off. So what if you can create a different gen art project for each time period?
So I guess my first question, Alex, is how many items total for all of the time periods combined? How many do you see total?
Thousands, dude.
Like it just keeps going, like that kind of thousands,
like
or is there like a cap?
Each year they can do another season, which would provide a new group of artists, or in addition to what's already creating, an opportunity to participate and deliver their value of creating and sharing their art for this project. Why do you ask?
Because scarcity helps drive the price.
But there's gonna be different seasons. So there might be one, like when I call it a season, I'm calling it like a project, or like the Bored Apes. Then you had the dogs. Then you have the mutants. Now you have the next 3D avatars, right? So each one of those is a different season, but it's still the same project. It still comes from the Bored Ape Yacht Club.
Got it.
Yeah. So the physicals that we would digitize to turn into stuff that they're selling potentially at the gift shop is just the entry point for this company to start wrapping their mind around and understanding why they should participate in this new world. And then eventually I want to create other opportunities for them to interact and engage with projects where you can have different user experiences based on the gen art. Like if you had a Bored Ape or a punk that would give you access to a specific event. What if you ever seen the Space Poggers?
No.
So Space Poggers was Whale Shark's generative art project, and there was, I believe, 6 or 7 tribes, and each tribe has 1,000 units. So each tribe gave a different animal an opportunity to have their own generative experience. So partially in my mind, like these people want to go to this park and they all want to be kings and queens because that's the one that we associate with the most power. But in the real world, there's only one king per time period, and it's usually not because you chose to. It was other factors. So what if you can play these different games and earn your way to that role, and then you'd have to defend that role when other people challenge you to take over that role? That's just what I'm seeing in my head. I don't know if that even makes sense, but it's what I see.
It's kind of gamification. There's a little bit of gamification going on.
Yep.
So I guess it's an overall brand is what the overall experience then would be a brand that sells different experiences per season, right?
No. The seasons, in my mind, would be these different artists generating so the way they did it now is they had a competition and they selected 250 artists to participate, and they all created different works of art that represented this specific time period, and that's where they're at, right? So that was no different than us cultivating artists for Miami and doing our own little, incubator and creating these artists and having them mint it and putting it together and then representing it and putting it and displaying it in a gallery and then giving opportunities to people to buy those pieces. So instead of it being Miami where it was one day, this is now an opportunity where these people can live and experience it and consistently come back to it and develop a relationship with the location in that at the same time. You following me?
Yes.
So it's trying to make examples in my mind that make sense for them to be able to say, oh, I get it, in the smallest amount of details without giving away too much jargon and confusing them, because a confused client can't make decisions. So my goal as the presenter is to minimize the data that they get and give them just enough for them to say, I love it, here's a check.
So I have one question then, Alex. In real life, how do folks experience this? Do they experience it 7 days a week? Is it just 5 days a week? Is it just once a week? How do folks experience this?
So this specific park is near the beach by 20 minutes by the Black Sea. So this would be a location, and it's right by the airport. So the rest of the world could literally fly in and they could spend a week and book a week excursion, and they take you into caves and cliffs where they had monasteries in the cliffs. So for the people who don't know, this country was taken over by the Ottoman Empire, and at that time there was people who were Christians that wanted to continue practicing, and they decided to go up into the mountains and carve out monasteries and live in these caves, remote areas that were like insane, and they painted all this artwork and everything else. So there's like a lot of really interesting history and ancient stories that come from this land. So by going to this facility, it's like probably going, huh?
The crypto catacombs.
Sort of. So there was different areas, and we were there for about 12 hours, and we saw a majority of the park, but they're not done with it. By the time you are finished, maybe in 5 to 6 years, it's going to take you a minimum of 2 days to see everything and experience everything in the park. But they also have the ability to rent specific like little huts, or they're building villages, and Americans and a few other people are actually buying real estate and living in these old world infrastructures with modern technology built inside. I wonder if I could just open this board up and show you. Are you still able to see the board?
Yeah, the mural board picture, yeah.
But not the mural board. I want you to look at the one on the Google stream.
Where's the link to that one?
I don't have a link to that one. I think it's this one. I'm going to copy the section of the photographs that I took during that experience and see if I could bring it over to that. I think this is it. I got so much data, dude, it's like impossible to keep track of everything.
So like I'm thinking, is this like a festival, like a like how Burning Man is a festival you can plan for and people all go, or is this something that's open year round?
This is open year round.
Okay, gotcha.
But they have different festivals throughout the year that make sense for some people to come and experience.
Like during the summertime or something like that.
No, like they'll have like a Renaissance festival for like a week or 2 weeks.
Gotcha.
And then that's a special festival during a certain period of time, and they have different traditions. Their Halloween is these weird looking monsters that are hairy that live in the mountains, and like they have all these different traditions, right? So like they would reenact and represent different things that were relevant to the year.
Gotcha, different folklore and different heritage things.
I'm just gonna copy this whole thing over and then delete what's not relevant. I'm closing that board. So now you should be able to see what I see, right? So let me show you where this thing is in relationship to everything. So this is the little model that they built of the location that they have right now.
So what am I looking at with all these pictures? This is their website or something?
No, this is me.
This is your pictures?
Yeah, I just walked around and took pictures of stuff, dude. So look at where my cursor is on the mural board. And one of the things that got me so excited about this was, in order for us to understand where the future is, we need to understand where we came from. And they did an amazing job recreating the different time periods so we can identify and understand where we all came from. So
dope, bro.
Did you find my cursor? Oh, okay, you're close.
I'm just floating. I'm floating around. Yeah, I see it. I see your cursor. Yeah.
Okay, so this is the first model. So I walked in, the first thing I saw was this model. And when I saw this, I was like, bro, this is cool, man. This is a metaverse. Above, one above where you're at right now.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. My screen is slow to redraw. Okay, gotcha.
So you see it?
It's taking a second to zoom in, huh?
Alright, we'll wait. I see your cursor. You're down. I'm over to the left. Go to the left.
Yeah, I got the model. I see it.
Then I walked around, and if you zoom out and see like these different locations.
Super legit. Varna.
So check out these videos up here and tell me what you think. The ones up here.
I can hit play on it.
You could, or you could just open it up on your screen and see it from there.
Historia Storchiski Park. His history park.
Which mural board are you guys? Oh, the mastermind.
I'm in the mastermind version.
Storchi Park.
So when you see that video,
Storchiski Park. That's what that says.
I'm on the main mural board.
Yeah. I'm above the coins that he pounded out. That's pretty dope.
Come on, dude. That's super wild.
Yeah, I got the video going.
Yo, put it in.
Crazy. I got the drone video.
Come on, dude.
Crazy. It's done. That's done. It's legit, bro. It's different than what was in my head. You know what I mean? This is crazy. It's beautiful. It's beautiful, bro. Wow. Yeah, it's like this is like a time warp, man. This is like you get to teleport into time. This is a teleport into another time. Yeah, this is crazy, man. And then they're all dressed in full everything. And then just like the Renaissance, they've got the Porter on horseback. They've got the chainmail. They've got the.
Where's that video you watching, Quizza?
Crazy, bro.
I just moved it. I'm putting it in my timeline so you guys can actually see what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Dude,
Crazy, man. That was fabulous. And then they had the music going, like the movie. Historical Park is what that was what it is. Historical Park is a tourist attraction for cultural tourism near Varna, which offers an adventure up to 10,000 years back in time for the whole family. iPark.bg, if you guys want to check it out. iPark.bg. Crazy.
Dude, this is a major time portal. This is so cool. What the heck? Wow.
Land of free men.
Ooh. What language is that, Quizzer?
Russian?
Bulgarian.
Russian.
Bulgarian, but it's in Slavic. I can read some of it.
Okay.
Ochninia Stepits.
Oh my god, I love this arrow with a lion on it. That is so dope.
So that's their wearables. They got physical. I spent like freaking $100 on shirts and outfits because this shit's super dope.
Wow. Dude.
I'm telling you, these guys are ahead of their time. They're like aliens, man. I felt so like part of their whole crew.
So is this from all of Bulgaria? They brought all of Bulgaria to this one town, and like you get to kind of see all the different areas of Bulgaria.
Sort of. Now at one
or is
point,
it just the town, like the history of the town.
At what? No, this is all of that area. And at one time, Bulgaria included like Greece and Turkey and some of these other parts, is Macedonia. So like Bulgaria was at once like one of the most powerful regions, and then segregation happened. They isolated and they broke apart, and they lost their power because they decided to draw lines in the sand, you know?
What is this Roman structure you're in front of?
So this is where the goddess Kabbalah lives, and here's the cool thing. Back in the day, people would go to Kabbalah and give crops and gifts and everything else. And my mind was like, yo, what if we teach people to actually physically give gifts to Kabbalah in an NFT format where there's like an actual loss to provide, huh?
Yeah, to give thanks. That's dope.
Yeah.
And then these ones above it, those are the, are they like catacombs, or what are these long?
So I have an idea. I'm going to take all these photos and build the park based on the model so you guys can see where these regions were in reference to the different pieces of the puzzle. So I'm gonna take these assets, and then they had books. So these people were building books to give to all the people. I'm sorry guys, I'm moving it all over here. So you're gonna have to follow me over here.
And I saw everything in English, so it's probably in multiple languages as well, yeah?
Yeah, but they have all the books in multiple languages so they can educate kids. They got like comic books and everything else. It was just, they did such an amazing job, and they have so many different working pieces and puzzles like working together to make this possible to be super exciting.
So the price point for something like this, right? Is this something that's like for the exclusive folk, or is this something that's
no, dude, it was like
how did you see the price point for this?
Like $100
Wow.
for the day.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, it's accessible. It's dope.
So I'm trying to remember where things are. There's like a coliseum, there's the old town, there's the archery area, here's the temple. So this temple is here. Let me just shrink this so we can actually build this out and show like all the pieces of this together.
And then you said it's next to the Black Sea itself?
It's Varna is the Black Sea, and this is right by the Black Sea. So this is the entrance point.
the Black Sea, guys, too, is where a lot of folks in Europe go for vacation. So it's really, really, really beautiful. Like, really beautiful.
I'm not sure.
And then the sunflowers, that's dope.
Yeah, so the sunflowers are everywhere there. So like you go there, there's miles and miles of like locations to go see and everything.
That's why you unplugged. Yeah. I want to go, Alex. This place looks dope. This looks super dope, bro.
So these are the yurks. They had these like little places that you can go and explore and live in. These little tents. Come on, dude, that's not dope.
Plovdiv. What's Plovdiv?
Plovdiv is where my wife is from. So that's like the oldest city in Europe, and they built a coliseum on top of underneath the city. They built a modern city on top of the Coliseum, and over the last few years, they just revealed what was there now.
So many cathedrals too.
They got monasteries and cathedrals and all kinds of stuff, but there's so much history in that region that like they got treasure hunts and different things and experiences. This is the temple. This was over here.
What was the food like?
The food's super healthy. I'm not a vegetable eater, but they had amazing vegetables and different things to.
That's how it was when I went to my wife's country. My wife's from Ukraine.
Okay, so you know.
Either.
I think this was over here. In front of this panel. This was from the top of that. This area.
How is internet out there?
Super fast. They got one of the fastest internets I've ever seen in my life.
Wow. And then crypto?
That country has, as a country, the largest amount of crypto anywhere, like $100 billion in crypto or something like that.
So we totally can have some fun out there.
Dude, I paid for my wedding in crypto. I emptied out all of the ATMs.
Yeah.
The Bitcoin ATMs there to pay for the wedding. So where was the archery? I think I walked out the front door and it was over here, I thought.
What are all these cabanas?
Oh, that's like the regular beach where everybody just goes and hangs out.
Oh, just the regular beach has all these cabanas. It's the regular beach.
Yeah, but like we have so many different locations and experiences that are available for us to explore and enjoy. You know?
I see Pips in the pictures too, man. It's dope.
So this is where I was pointing from. This is the 2-layered one. That has to be over here. Yeah. So these little huts and everything are like prehistoric mankind. This was the fortress. This was over here.
Sushi look on point too.
Yeah, dude. It was on par. everything was amazing, and it makes no sense why we shouldn't, as a group, participate and experience life at that level. And the cost of living is cheaper, and the dollar's worth more there. So we're getting a lot more value for our money.
And then how far was the airport, Sofia? How far was Sofia from?
Sophia's like an hour and a half, 2 hours. But the Varna has its own airport.
Oh, dope. So you guys just flew straight into Varna then?
No, we drive around the country. I take weeks at a time and just drive all over and explore. But you can go everywhere inside the space within 3 hours. You can have whatever you need. So that's the view from here. This is inside.
Can you read their language yet? A little bit?
No, it's all surrogate. Cyrillic. So like they got different upside down letters and backwards numbers and all kinds of stuff. So for me, it's super challenging.
I learned it.
Yeah. So is this making more sense to you now?
1,000%. Now that I mean, the pictures say it all. It wasn't what was in my head. You know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't even close to what was in my head. I mean, parts of it. You know, the sword swinging was in my head, but not the visual of how they built out, like what you were describing. You did a great job of describing it, but my imagination, it didn't do it justice. Basically, is what I'm saying. And then just to see how it's all laid out in the city, and then the different experiences. It's, you know, that's only one part of the experience. There's more to the experience than those parts. But yeah, there's a lot to share, and a lot of memories that you can have in this trip. And I guess that's what they're trying to help, is how you frame it, how you market it, and how to get people to come, right?
Yeah, dude, and give people something to want to come back. So that
was what Godfrey was saying, bro. It's the content. We go, we experience it, and with the experience we do, and we share the same way we did when we did Miami. It just makes it dope when you have a good time and you turn it into content, like what Godfrey was saying, and you get those who understand how to specialize in creating content and how we can maximize that time. Yeah, a ton of people are going to want to come.
And they got everybody there to build the content already. Like the artwork and the people who are doing it are doing an amazing job, dude. So now you got an understanding of what that looks like, that part of it. The next thing was this, to create photorealistic OBJ files of the actual thing. So create.
What does OBJ mean? Like 3D?
Object file.
Object.
Yeah, 3D file. It's started, I think, by the Wavefront format. For originally was in 3D Studio Max, but made its way down to a standard along the way. But it's interchangeable with FBX and other formats.
Dope. So how would you incorporate that in this presentation then, Alex?
So my vision in my head is that this is a photorealistic metaverse that can have users walking around and exploring, and then somewhere else there would be video camera feeds.
For video camera feeds, I can chime in there. I mean, most of these game engines depend on what you're developing in, whether it's going to be a web browser-based one or Unreal-based or Unity. They all have a camera object, right? So what we do is we set up a camera switchboard, and we just turn on and off different cameras in different positions. So at the basic algorithm, that's what we do to create a virtual studio. We're just turning on one camera, turning off the other one, and because they all feed to the same location, it's pretty simple to get a camera feed out of these metaverses. It's just a matter of controlling the cameras in the game. So Some metaverses let you do that, some don't. But if you're building it, you have full control over the camera system, and you want to build a camera switch. I have open sourced some of this stuff on my GitHub for Unity, but I have one for Unreal that I ported over. It just hasn't been uploaded yet. But when you get to the camera portion, I can support with some of that.
Awesome, dude.
But it's it's basically just record out to OBS. So someone has OBS open, and then somebody would be controlling the cameras like 1 through 9. It's just like a traditional production. They just operate the camera control system as one of the users, and then the people just kind of do what they're going to do, whether that's a live performance or whatever it's going to be. And then we pump in all the signals in remotely. So there'll be some people in the metaverse, maybe someone won't be there, someone's going to call in. So this whole architecture of building a virtual production is definitely important, because that's how a lot of this content's going to be made, whether it's in real time in the game engine or it's like composited later in different parts. You might record like somebody on a green screen one day, somebody on a green screen another day, and then do it all in post. But ideally, we would get all these people in the same place at the same time, record it real time, so we can get all this production done at the least cost, and get it done in like 20 minutes, instead of 3 weeks of production.
I see this being done in a way where you have like almost like a Saw, if you ever seen that movie Saw, where you have a group of people going through an experience and there's multiple cameras that are being shared. So you have like a panel, so the people have like a switchboard at home, and they can watch multiple different people going through the experience, and they're watching them go through a challenge that's timed and forcing them through this experience. And I don't know if this is even possible, but my mind is, how do we create 3D avatars that connect with some sort of cell phone node, that when the node in the real world moves, your avatar moves in the 3D space?
That sounds cool, man. I mean, well, I guess you need the app to track your geolocation. You just need like a root hub of like your center of your body from the ground. And then, yeah, you'd have to have a private network of the entire Earth. But the thing is, people are all fighting for this mesh. It's like the entire mesh of all the GPS data and all the stuff, so you can build augmented reality layers on top of these. Google has the best one because, Google Maps, they got cars driving around scanning. So you could build your own private mesh on that data. Excuse me, but yeah, it's like a fight for who has the first layer of that XR reality. So we're trying to scan the Earth as fast as we can. It's just, we might have to make small pockets. Like, you might have to define your own area, right? Like, here's my block, and I'm going to put that on the internet, on the node, because we would need huge servers and well, it doesn't have to be centralized, but we need coverage of all this GPS data. So unless people opt in to scan it and add that to the system, then it's more like Superworld kind of is jumping off on the Google API. But I think that there's a battle for that XR control. That's the next forefront of technology, is who has the layers, and what layer are we talking about? Is it the commerce layer, the XR layer, the NFT layer, the virtual graffiti layer? Does everybody have a website for their own layer? Do they all interoperability? Do we transfer between layers? So I do see this XR AR experience coming fast, because I've been seeing posts on new Apple glasses, and I guess they're going to try to push the utility of the glasses over the immersiveness of VR. So building a metaverse means, can you talk to people in XR, or are you building an isolated metaverse where no one can talk to anybody in the actual world? So you got to build the bridge, like you said, from your phone. It's more like Star Wars, where anybody can be in XR or VR, and you're building a protocol that hooks them up through whatever app they're in, because they could be in, say, Facebook Spaces, you could be in VR chat, someone else could be in some other thing, and then we should all still be able to connect. So it's like third-party apps or sync apps that sync up all of our video and data layers, securely, because we're going to be doing transactions on those layers.
Yes, sir.
I see. It's going to take some time. We're going to build it. I mean, it's all little packets, It's like everybody gets to work on one little part of the technology, but the AR weave and Filecoin, and these other companies, they're trying to create the base layer of like where to store the assets, because we could decentralize the contracts and technology all we want, but where are the assets? Is it on our computers, your computer? So what's the incentive to store the data, and where's the hard drives? So like that's the main problem, is just storage and offsetting that cost, and then from there we can store stuff on the blockchain forever, or maybe we can invent some way to store something forever without it being stored, but I'm not sure we have the compression technology yet. But that's what I see it. They see it all happening really fast, man. And all we have to do is build things that solve traditional problems like storefronts, web storefronts, and things that like bring traditional commerce into VR, because it's obviously a storefront selling NFTs, a storefront selling merch, physical merch, digital merch, or a booth for companies to hire, these type of events and store. I don't know if people are gonna like jump into VR and work 2 hours a day and just say, screw my brick and mortar company, I'm just gonna make a virtual company, and I'm gonna show up in VR, I'm gonna go live for 2 hours every day, and that's my store, you know? So maybe the whole idea of commerce is gonna change from a physical shopping experience to digital, and that's gonna be the catalyst, obviously, for consumer fashion and all that other shit, you know?
Yeah.
So you got to build a store. You can offer to build a store for them, because usually most brands have some product or service. You build a storefront that'll engage them. So that's what I'm working on right now, is trying to figure out what do those look like? You know, how does a user experience a virtual store? You know, it's hard to answer. There's a lot of different concepts and experiences, but you know, do they walk through it? Do they walk sideways? Do all the products come to them? You know what I mean? Is there a terminal, or is it just voice activated? What kind of futuristic experience do you really want to have? So I think that's really where it's fun to experiment now. So as we provide these new experiences for companies and products and things, we can see what works best in the little human sphere bubble of virtual reality. But I think more people are going to be walking around in physical reality, like walking around, walking at the beach, walking through New York City, and we're going to have to design apps that aren't tethered to like a still static experience. It has to be an experience that's designed for mobility, because of phones. They just kind of, and nobody wants to sit at home anymore. Nobody wants to talk about, we've been in home, COVID made us realize our health is important, and we have to get out more and all this. So the next phase of technology is probably encourage getting outside. So we can't, you know what I mean? I don't know. It's going to be a battle of this like tethered VR experience versus this outdoor XR experience. So the real key is to connect both of those. That way it's like you can jump in between both, you know, I think, with production tools like camera equipment. That way you can make content in between both of them, because if you're making content about it, then you're putting the spotlight on it, which overall gets handled. It does what you want to do. You want to spread decentralization, you want to spread technology and all this stuff. So if the goal is to get the information out, it's just about spotlighting all this, you know, as it happens in real time.
Okay, so I want to go to where Chanel's store is in the metaverse. How do we do that?
Bringing people in, you got to build a world. I guess you got to take their brand, all their assets, and build them a place to come.
No. There's a place to go. I want to go there. Where's the Chanel store in Decentraland?
Oh, I don't know.
I found Shop for Chanel, Gucci, Hermes, and Burberry in Decentraland. I have the coordinates. How do I put those coordinates inside Decentraland?
I think there's a lot of friction on Decentraland personally. Like it takes like 30 minutes. It takes like good 3-4 minutes to load on a generic PC. But that's just me complaining. But I wish it was less friction. But it also, I don't know. It's still the uncanny valley for me. It seems like it's providing the purpose, and it's showing the utility that we can make transactions happen in the metaverse. Nothing against the team or anybody working on that, but I think like it would be way easier to have a peer-to-peer type of protocol where if we wanted to trade, we didn't have to go to Decentraland. We could trade, you know, directly, right, more securely, and then we would just go to Decentraland to show off what we got. You know, like we wouldn't necessarily need to use all these different metaverses to do transactions. We would just need a virtual MetaMask, you know, and like a like a AIM for crypto, where we just have all of each other's addresses on the list, and that shit is just how we send NFTs through inventory, and that's like on its own layer. You know what I mean? So that shit's secured, separate, and then we just go to all these metaverses, and all these metaverses should be listening for like, are you guys MetaMask enabled? Do you have all this, this metadata? Do you have this type of wallet? And if you do, then you can run around these metaverses with all your NFTs. And that's not going to happen because all these metaverses want you to build an avatar in their metaverse so that you're stuck there and that you want to go back to Decentraland. So you have the wearables in crypto voxels. So they're all realizing that they built up walls around their systems, and now they're like, oh, well, we have to come up with an interoperability format. And it seems to be they're looking at VRM formats and Vroid and other open sourced avatar formats that have a CC0 license so that we can actually build on these formats. So it's like, the problem is the universal avatar format, and how do we transfer our goods between metaverses? It's always the same problem.
Yeah.
I don't mean to ramble on about it, my bad. I'm just like working on this right now. But I see you guys are building, so if we're going to build metaverses, those are some fundamental issues that we have. As a user wants to build an avatar in a life as a digital sovereign citizen, well, they should be able to kind of transfer around. So it's that's where our friction is.
Got it. How do we get here? I just want to see what it looks like. I think this is it. No, I don't know. The first virtual stores. Did you go to the Sotheby's in Decentraland?
I did. It looked pretty cool. We made one in Mozilla Hubs and some Bonhams one. I mean, I don't like the lighting. I mean, I'm just an artist, so I want to make it like look good with lighting and all types of global illumination and stuff. But I guess it serves the purpose. As long as you can click the stuff and buy the stuff, then it works as intended. But I think the experience can be better, Mainly the transitions between the user starting and like when you start the music, the whole production. It seems like it's not guiding the user on this experience. I've been on some VR experiences that fade in. There's some good music. There's good interactivity, and this experience is like I'll never forget some of these experiences. So I think it's just kind of throwing somebody into a metaverse is cool, but building off of the Grand Theft Auto open world scenario might not be the best way. It might be more like, instead of exploring all these metaverses, we might be able to pull them to us with calls, kind of more like the Matrix, where you'd load up a room. Because I don't know, I've been exploring metaverses for 4 or 5 years, and there's so much like silos, and you'll build a whole metaverse and then no one will go there. You'll build a whole world like Sotheby's. I bet you there right now. Is there anyone even in the room, or just you? So it's like, why are we building these worlds that no one's going to, and why are they just sitting around taking up resources when they could just be spun up when we need them? I mean, I guess there needs to be some permanent instance of these worlds, and that's the problem. Like, who's storing that? Who's paying for that? And how do we pull them up on the fly in real time? So it's like,
well, they have to be designed and developed. So these potentially are just practice projects for these people to be like figuring out things and exploring. Did you do the Coca-Cola experience for Friendship Day?
No, I didn't. Tell me about it.
So you walk into this, it's basically just one parcel, and it's like an elevator, and you walk up, and it had like the fuzzy bubbles and everything around you, and then it exploded, and all these people were there with confetti, and it had like these avatars flying in the air dancing, and it had like an opportunity to get the POAP, and then you can do an auction for this vintage NFT jukebox. So it was like a super easy, fast experience that you could have done under 2 minutes, and it just made you feel like, oh, cool, Coca-Cola's here.
True. I mean, how was it? Would mobile user be able to get in that experience, you think?
No, because you can't use Decentraland with a mobile device.
Well, see, I think the next thing is this high-speed mobile devices with these AR glasses getting into Decentraland. I bet you anything, Decentraland enables AR, XR support and VR chat and all the other metaverses. Hey, all your XR friends can come join you now, and we'll see a bridge because it's the same technology, spatial visualization. It's just a matter of occluding all the stuff they don't need to see. It's just like Star Wars when there's the hologram guy in the room and then the VR guy and the real guy. We're going to mix all this stuff, and I guess it's just creating around events, and then mainly the events are going to be the biggest thing because everybody wants to show up at these things. Or where do they go? Where's the talk? Is it here on Clubhouse with the stream or are they showing up in VR to the underground club? Because they have all kinds of interesting ecosystems building. But I want to see more people sell their actual virtual places as NFTs because there's only a couple of them that went, but they're selling land. But I think they should sell the actual houses. But
have you seen the thing that Rareable's partnering with?
No, what happened?
Metatropolis or something?
Oh no, I gotta check that out.
Yeah, they just produced something and released it on Rareable, partnered with them, and it's gonna be the Rareable metaverse.
That's dope.
Yeah.
Building virtual houses. I mean, the idea of having like a virtual home to hold your art is cool, but that doesn't. I mean, you probably won't spend all your time in these virtual places. You'll probably spend more time in a virtual place if it's making you money and if you're working in there, right?
Well, they had
being there. You're not going to be in there for more than as much as time as you spend on entertainment.
Well, in that one I'm sharing with you, they had like you could buy factories and do different things, and by owning that factory, it's going to generate you money and produce like liquidity for you over time. As you could buy different pieces to make it work better for you and have more employees and do stuff. So it's pretty wild stuff.
Sounds cool. Virtual cubicles are next, man. I haven't seen them yet, but I guarantee you those are next. Like they're like the cubicle wall. I see the animation in my head. The walls go down, and you see like a sea of ocean or something, and then like the whale comes up, and it's like, here's your sales report, and it's like this funny animation. I guarantee you Facebook's going to try to pitch that, but we could make it like more useful than that. I think like distracting workers with a bunch of animations is kind of stupid. I think it should be more like give them the best tools that they could have with AR overlays and make them super workers, you know what I mean? That could do anything from VR, but it'll be in utility, not like a bunch of videos, because why would you want a bunch of salespeople watching videos? They already do that at work, You don't need to give them more virtual holographic things to get distracted with. So if you give people good tools to create stuff and to work, you're going to be winning, you know what I'm saying? Because you're going to have a system where people use your tools. It's like creating, I guess, CMSs from the old Web 2.0 world where you create systems for businesses and B2B systems that virtualize entire systems. So I think the real way to get everybody into the metaverse is to just pick any niche and virtualize it, any company or any industry, and virtualize it and create the sales pipeline through virtual reality. That way you can get all their salespeople to go remote, and then once they virtualize their sales force, then you've changed their whole company. So that'll be like an actual way to get people out of the office, working from home and making money and stuff like that. It's just doesn't seem practical to do it in VR chat or a metaverse where it's all about video game and play to earn. These metaverses haven't been created. These metaverses have to be business level metaverses,
Yeah, so back in 2001, I was playing in Second Life and a few other ones, and I created a trade show floor where people can have their business represented in a 3D format. Obviously, I was way before my time, but my mind wrapped around having flea markets or trade shows or different areas where, like even an artist expo, where an artist could stand there in a 3D avatar format or have an avatar chatbot that is able to be preloaded with information that are the most common questions, and people could walk up to that avatar and communicate with it and get the information it needs, and then provide the user with a user interface and a graphic 3D way that's like super entertaining and engaging and makes them feel like they're actually communicating with somebody.
Yeah, that's dope. That's what it needs to be.
That's what I see. I just need the right people around me to make it happen. And I think we got some of the coolest people in this room that can come through, and we just need to like assemble. I don't know what that looks like. That's why I'm just like, you got these Agenda 2030. How are these people assembling and tracking and doing what they need without corruption? Because corruption is the biggest challenge, you know?
I guess it's just decentralization and kind of like offsetting the ownership and claiming the whole idea of like claiming first and claiming like we made this and we want to make profit off this. That whole incentive creates corruption. So if you can eliminate the profit and lean towards open source models, then there's no reason for corruption because these things are open source. There's no reason for incentive to make money on the project, so there's no point of corruption to even get involved. There's no money to be made. So what you do is you just like offer your your support to the ecosystem, and you basically change the world by not taking credit for it. It sucks, but that's like I think that's the only way it actually works. Like for instance, Satoshi Nakamoto wrote the white paper, and you don't know who he is, but that changed the world. This model of like not taking credit or not making money off of your contribution actually like brings the information to the whole earth, quicker than you would have to go through, say, a whole bunch of red tape and pitching anybody. So if you can like skip all that and just put it out right away, you'll see a ripple effect, and then other people will finish it for you. You don't make any money, but you've changed the world, inversely. So if everybody actually did that, we'd have like certain pockets of resonant groups that actually do the work, that complete the technology. But these people, most of the people doing the work that or know how to do this work, are working for like the Web3 consortium, or they're building the internet. Like these type of people, they're already paid, they're already rich, they already have money. So they're not looking to make money, and they're looking to like change the world and like keep things open and free and interoperable. So like you can't convince these guys to work for money. So you can only pay like, developers to create a system that is alternate than that. You know what I mean? So I found that like when you give away shit, things actually change. But when you start like wrapping it up in a monetized wall, or make a bridge, or you make a middleman, or some type of situation where you gotta like have a gatekeeper, all that does is it kind of slows down the process. So what you could do is like just let it all out. I know this might not be the best model to make money, you know what I mean? And this isn't financial advice, but this is how you like spread information without worrying about any liability, which is like actually what you want to do. You know what I mean? So, I mean, that's what most of us do. Like if you come up with a technology, just put it on GitHub, put it out, make some content about it, get the information out, and then see what other people do with it. Because that way, you're not really responsible what everyone else does with it. Because when you try to take that role, you're taking on responsibility of something you can't manage if it's going to scale way out of your control. So, best thing to do is to create a whole bunch of technology and kind of like fuck everything up, and then take no credit for it. I think that's more useful because you can get that done faster than any entity can work at the pace of capitalism. You can do the research, learn it, get it done, deploy it, done. 1 week of all your time, and then everyone else is going to try to raise money to do something, and you'll be done. So I think that's a more useful way to basically disrupt these technologies and actually make things happen. But you need rogue operators that have no incentive other than to change things. So it's hard to find those people unless they're passionate, and these people like are doing what they love to do, and they already have some moderate success, and they're not worried about making any money. Because if they're worried about making money, then they're already corrupted in a way, because money is corruption in a way. You know what I mean? So if you can find those type of people and give them the resources, or build resources around that, then they'll usually work. And I found people like this, like anonymous users that are amazing coders, and people that like create protocols and create APIs. You don't know who these people are, but these are the people like making the GitHubs that make the actual software to actually do the shit. So like these people, you ask them like, what do you want to work for? They don't take any jobs, they don't do anything. So in order to incentivize these people, it has to be like for the better of the world, not so corporate and for the benefit of one. It has to be like clearly to the benefit of all people. And then people will just work on it. They'll just sign up for it and work on it. If it's all transparent, I think you don't even have to like pay credit for it. You just have to create the protocol and then see what happens.
Yeah, and that's why I'm doing what I'm doing with these videos and trying to screen share and document everything so people have a place to come back to and remember what's possible.
Yeah, I like everything you're saying. The only thing is that I don't think money is necessarily corrupt because we need it to live, you know? Like, I would love to be able to just do this and not have to worry about income, but I feel you though.
It's true, man. We're all stuck in this together. Like, how do we create a generational wealth that can be allocated indefinitely to projects that have the right intention? And how do you know, like who's the judge of that? I don't really have the answers, and like I guess in a democratic stance, you would vote for who gets the funds to do what happens. But I mean, it's just so hard. I mean, that's where I'm like, I need help. It's political at that point.
Yeah, I feel you. Yeah, that gets kind of tricky.
For sure.
But like even so, I mean, generational wealth, absolutely. But like, step back a bit. We even need wealth to be able to take care of our own lives and families currently, right? But I find that you're absolutely right with that. People that are passionate about this, they'll find time. They'll jump in. They'll do it around, the pockets of time that they have available. So, yeah.
It's interesting. And like a lot of it, I've seen certain DAOs get rallied up around, like, they would, there's certain DAOs I've been involved in where they have it like gamified, like where we're all like have a role in the DAO, and then when the project comes in, it's like an RPG where we all like different mages and wizards and this and that, and we treat it like a video game, and then we do the project, and then everyone got paid out. That was a cool way of approaching, like gamifying the whole ecosystem where it didn't feel like work, where it felt like a video game, and then we did the work, and it was awesome at the end. It was just like, wow, we got it felt like we won the video game, but we actually did the project. So if you can, I learned a lot from that experience. It wasn't perfect, but if we can, they call it gamifying, I guess. Axie Infinity did it, and I think this is the whole model now, like play to earn. How can you create these ecosystems where it feels like we're having fun, or we are having fun? Not feels like where it actually is fun to interact with these things, not just a boring, oh shit, I gotta go to work again. We gotta get this thing more interesting. Events, I guess, it comes down to music and events and people blending the entertainment with the work. I mean, it's just, I don't think people should go to work at like a certain time. They should work when they're ready to work. If they're not ready to work, they should be able to pull out and then like not be at work, but then pull up these virtual work whenever they want. And it should be like a global timeline, not just a 9-to-5 work schedule anymore, because I don't work on that schedule anymore. It's all, everybody's somewhere. So I think, everything's going to change because of that.
All right, guys, I'm going to bounce. A lot of fun today, Alex. A lot of fun, Milan. But hopefully I'll be back soon if you guys are still in. So, what's up, guys?
I do. Thank you.
All right, later, Quasar.
Metaverse. Yeah, man, I got a 3090 I just hooked up. I'm pretty lucky. Someone sent me a RTX 3090 a year ago, and I'm like just testing it now, so I'll let you guys know how the renders go. It's like a really badass graphics card, but I'm geeking on that today.
So I'm just looking at these accommodations. Imagine if your avatar that you bought doesn't have access to sleep in a nice facility. You have to sleep in a tent. And if you want to upgrade your NFT to sleep in a better living accommodations, you'd have to pay more money for it.
Some people do sleep in VR. There's people that go into VR chat, and there's 5 or 6 people that'll go into a room and they'll sleep. And they'll keep their VR headsets on their head, and they'll wake up in VR. And I've seen people sleeping in VR, like, yo, are you sleeping? And they're sleeping, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, what the? And I'll just bounce, to leave the room open so that people can come and I guess wish them well in their dream state. But it's really a weird use case. People will sleep in VR. I don't know how it looks, but I just saw another piece of hardware. It's like a VR headset in Japan or China or somewhere. It's designed to be used in the bed where you just lay down, you're in VR. So I'm like, okay, well, people are gonna like get comatose and spend a lot more time in VR, like literally making like a whole bed. It'll be like a bed system for VR soon, where you just like sleep in this thing. But yeah, sleeping in VR, creating sleeping environments or meditation, sleeping, and all this stuff is going to come because it might be like a way for people to leave their really horrible situation in real life and sleep in a place that they really love and wake up in that place. But it kind of will fuck you up psychologically because, like, when you do wake up and you're not in that place anymore, what are the implications of not actually being there? You know, you want to live in this virtual world. So, you know, I don't know, man.
Neurochemically, yeah, that'd be a trip.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you don't want to leave it. Once you've created the ultimate place for you to be mentally, why would you want to leave? It's more addicting than drugs, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Oh, show.
So they got boats on the lake, archery, photos, birds of prey where they got falcons, horseback riding, medieval duels, wine rituals, escape rooms, all different kinds of things that they're doing currently.
Cool. You like the scary experiences? I don't even go in them things. The scary VR things, or you just go to get like scared. Halloween's coming, so there's gonna be a lot of those. You know, Halloween events.
I don't know. I get the allure.
Yeah. It's fun, baby. We all put pumpkins on our head, run around in VR, and you know. I mean, like airdrops. There hasn't been like a Halloween yet in NFT season like since last year. I mean, there was kind of a little one last year, but this year it's like the full holiday season in NFT bloom. Wonder how it's gonna look.
Oh, that's for real gonna be a trip. Wow.
A lot of gifts. Crypto Santa.
Crypto Santa.
Something. Someone's gonna do that.
I just found this coin in here. It is so badass. My favorite element is wind. Next would probably be rain. And on this coin, it says "In love with the wind."
So that's literally the name of the castle.
Say it again.
That's the name of the castle.
Ah, dude. Wow. Physical coins.
So I had that one that the guy gave me, but the other one, the silver one, I minted by banging a hammer with this mallet, and it was like a whole experience to create it.
Oh, that is so cool. That's the one next to it, huh? The ones that look like their hand.
Yeah, so that was my hand that was making them.
It's dope. Are these silver? These look gold and silver.
One was tin. So tin is soft enough for you to actually physically put it there to make it possible to bang it out. So I'm collecting some imagery to figure out what the next purpose of this is. So this is like going swimming. Oh, it's not gonna work. I gotta do this first. But doesn't this feel like something you want to participate in?
Dude, absolutely, man. Absolutely. And it's just so flippin' beautiful. These archers, there's a place here called the Huntington Gardens, and interesting enough, a lot of times I change my PTR to some of the sculptures that look very similar to these. And this archer, I have to put it up. It's a female archer, though, but nothing like this. This is the real deal. I mean, that's just a museum that's, you know, based on, they have like different sections. You know, they have the Victorian section, they have a Japanese garden. It's really awesome if you guys ever make it out to California, called the Huntington Gardens. But some of these things here remind me so much of it, only this is the real deal, man.
Yeah, these guys did an amazing job putting this together and making you feel special while you were there.
Wow, man, that's so cool. Bulgaria. Okay, I better get back to work, but always a pleasure. This is so fascinating. I'll jump back in when I can.
All right. Well, thank you for sharing some time with us.
Okay, bye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Cool, good times, man. This was always good. I'll see you guys on the flip side. Also, I'll see you guys tonight.
All right, dude.
Yep. Later, Alex. Later, hello, everybody. Peace.
Hey guys, hey everybody, hey Alex. I wanted to jump in and ask a question and talk about the streaming because it's the title of the room, streaming to YouTube.
Yeah.
I've been looking at, Saturday I did some tests about streaming live videos to do like a launch party for a drop. And I've been looking about different tools you can use. And I wanted to share my experience and ask a bunch of questions to you guys if you have experience about streaming.
Go for it.
Cool. So the idea is to do a launch party to announce a drop, and with my partner we're looking at which platform to use, which tool to use, and which community to tap in. And so far we have an idea of where to go, but I wanted to throw this out there to you guys to get your opinion and ball rolling in terms of thinking. We're using a platform called Rstream to be able to stream to different platforms.
How do you spell it?
It's like Rstream.
Spell it.
RSTREM, like Rstream.
.com?
No, sorry, Restream, sorry. REST.
Yeah. Restream.io?
Yeah, Restream, sorry.
Yeah, that's what I'm using right now.
Okay, so Restream, and then we can stream on Facebook, we can stream on LinkedIn, Twitch. But the thing is, I wanted to be able to restream on Discord and on what's the last platform? Okay, yeah, on Discord. But Discord doesn't really do that. So what we did is we used Twitch, and on Twitch we share the screen of Twitch on Discord. So we have a live video on Discord that actually shares the screen of Twitch, and in this way people can be on Discord because this is where our community is, and they can look at the live video. But it's not really, technically it's not a streaming, it's just a live video where we show the screen of Twitch. And then the challenge is to include Instagram Live and Clubhouse. So ideally I want to be able to do like all of them at the same time. Or actually looks like we're going to need to have different devices, because for example on Instagram, if I stream live, the comments of the people, they don't show up back up to the restream.
Correct.
So technically, is that the same experience on your side?
So what you're going to need to do is you're going to need to create mods in each of the different applications and curate the relationships with the people.
Create what exactly? I didn't get it.
You're creating a relationship with those people. You need to
Yes.
You need, like, each container has to have its own like group that's interacting and communicating, so you have them like just answering questions and communicating with the stream. Otherwise it's a vacuum, and then it's just like watching a video, and they might not necessarily want to continue to watch because there's no interaction.
I see. So what you're saying is like each container, so to speak, is a network or is a platform per se, and you would rather not mix it?
No, like if you can have the stream doing the work, but then you have somebody who come in there and be like, okay, I need you to be the moderator and just answer questions and basically control what's being done inside that ecosystem.
I think it's almost doable in our side because our community is not too big. So let's say I'm streaming on Twitch, which we don't have any community on Twitch, so it's just a platform to stream. And then we're on Discord, on Instagram, and on Clubhouse. Clubhouse is just audio, so there's no visual. And then we have Discord, which we have people who can have the chat, and I can see the Discord, and so I can see the chat. And then there's Instagram, where people can chat as well. So effectively, I have two parts where people can write, and then one last part where people can be on audio. But ideally, I would tell people on Discord, on Clubhouse, to join the Discord so they can interact and text in a way.
How big is the community?
It's not big. We have like 50 people on Discord. We have 100 people on Twitter. We have 1,000 people on Instagram.
So what's going to happen when those numbers go 100x?
Sorry?
What's going to happen when you go 100x? How are you going to handle the growth?
That's a very good question. That's why we're thinking about those different tools and how to handle it best when we get to a bigger stage, for sure. How do you see things on your end? Because you have a bigger community.
It's a nightmare. It's not funny, dude. It's a full-time job to just do what I'm doing, and now it's 2 full-time jobs to try to stream and communicate. I'm using 5 devices, multiple phones, several computers. I got 2 different keyboards, several mice in front of me.
Yeah, you got a whole equipment room.
Yeah.
For sure. Do you have recommendations on in terms of our scale?
I haven't figured it out myself. I know that people get mad at me when I had at one time Twitter Spaces, Airtime, Clubhouse, and maybe 1 or 2 other platforms, and they were all talking. They all had mic privileges, and they all had audio on a separate phone. All phones were talking to each other, and everybody got mad because nobody could identify who was talking from cross platforms. So it didn't work. So that's not the way to grow a community that you really want to engage with. So I would recommend, figuring it out before it becomes a bigger challenge and obstacle. Because if you don't know how to do it now, and you're only dealing with 50 to 100 people, and that doesn't feel like a big deal, when you got 20, 30, 50, 100,000 people now that you're trying to manage, you're not going to be able to successfully do it alone. So you're going to need teams for each different area.
Oh yeah, I totally agree with you, Alex. It's not just about doing it alone. It's about having a life to manage and a business to manage, and other time to make the business grow. Be apart from the community to grow. For sure, they help each other. Like the community grows, the business grows. The business grows, the community grows. But I'm not alone. I'm with my partner, and he's the technical guy, so he can pretty much we work hand in hand, and he tells me we can get along with all the platforms and all the tools, but we just got to decide what's the best experience for the community to engage with, for it to be easy and streamlined and interactive, like you mentioned.
Yeah, but I don't think it's impossible. I just think that the people who are dedicating their time to one platform are going to do a great job building one, but they're not going to have a presence or an outreach to the others. So either you're really strong in one area or you're diverse.
Yeah, that's right. It's like either vertical or horizontal. I think you can say, okay, I'm going to focus on this one and use the other one to drive them back to your favorite one in a way.
Yeah. Well, here's the other challenge. We built 30,000 plus people in one location. If something happened to Clubhouse tomorrow, what happened to our audience?
Yeah, it's a good question. It is, one big presence in one platform should enable you to build horizontally to be present. On others, so that if one fails, then you're still existing. Not as big, but you're still existing on the other ones, and with your community that is a bit more spread out.
Yeah.
I think it's your case, right? You're really strong on Clubhouse, is that right?
Yeah, we made it. We did it. and now I'm just trying to figure out why we don't have any presence anywhere else. So what does that look like? How do we scale? How do we grow? How do we get everybody to be on the same page at the same time where we're able to win? Otherwise, you could do as good as you can until you can't go anymore because you ran out of bandwidth mentally, like physically running a community. It's just, it's a lot, dude.
For example, on the test we did, we realized after like a couple of hours that Periscope doesn't exist anymore. We were trying to restream to Periscope, to Twitter, you know, and then Periscope is gone. And I remember not so long ago, Periscope was real big.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of surprised they turned it off. But like Vine was pretty big as well, not so long ago.
I remember when Vine disappeared.
Say again?
I remember that day that was disappeared.
It was apparently it was. Are you talking about Vine or Periscope?
Vine.
Vine, yeah. Well, I remember when it arrived. I don't remember when it disappeared, but.
I was living in a building in LA. They turned
it down on March 2021, so it's quite recent.
Vine?
No, it's Periscope. Sorry, Periscope.
No, because I remember living in a building in LA and all these guys were like Vine influencers, and then all of a sudden they lost their influence, and then they were just nobodies, and I was like, wow, that sucks, dude.
Well, it's a good use case. It's a good case study. Sorry, that example you're just mentioning is ideally you use one platform like Vine, for example, to grow and to become a presence or influence, as you mentioned, and then you can scour out to others like whatever they are, so that you exist across platforms, so that if one disappears, you don't disappear with it.
Yep.
But in any case, Alex, I am very grateful for your time and your help, contribution, and for sure you're a great figure on this platform. So it's great to see all the good work and help you provide to all this big community.
Listen, I don't think it's a one-person job, and it's not just me. I'm just one person that has a voice.
You're the face.
Yeah, that's it, dude. I'm just crazy enough to show up every day. I don't know everything. I don't know how to express myself. Sometimes I get frustrated often because there's so many different pieces of the puzzle, and I've touched most of them throughout my career because I've failed millions of times. And I was like, yeah, this isn't for me. But now all those experiences are coming back in this NFT space. And I'm like, okay, cool. I could use all these different relationships and feelings and information gathering data points and now stitch it together to create this quilt of NFTs.
It's great. That's how it's done. So, looking back, it's only looking back you can connect the points. I have this biography of Steve Jobs next to my stand-up screen so I can see it all the time.
Can we make a sub airtime room based on like metaverse? So it could be like NFT.tips / metaverse.
An airtime?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do it right now.
Alright.
How do you find the app? Where is it? It's over here. Alright, so we need an icon. I need a cool looking icon for the metaverse. How do I create a room? Let's see. I want to create a club. What does that do? How does that look like?
We were supposed to have that digital wearable room tonight too, I think.
Yeah, I'm just saying because I'm going to be building like the store and a lot of stuff are wearable, so it'd be cool to like work with people in that one space.
Perfect.
Create a room, continue. I don't have a cool logo yet, but I'm going to call it NFTs.tips. And we're going to call it Metaverse.
All right, guys, I'm gonna leave you guys. It's midnight past here in Paris, so just want to say thank you again and good continuation to all of you.
Bonjour, comment allez-vous? Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Bonne soirée. Au revoir.
I spent a lot of time in France for the World Championship dog sled racing with Team USA.
Which racing championship?
The World Championship dog sled racing.
Oh, dog sled racing. Okay. Well, there's a lot happening, and that's cool. Well, thanks a lot, everyone, and have a good continuation.
Thank you. You can't put URLs.
What do you mean?
I'm gonna just put it in anyway. I can't use URLs. These guys are so smart, but they're not, because I could do it without. Alright, I created the room, and I'm gonna add you in there. And now, next, take me to the room. Sounds good. You're there. I'll make you an admin too, so you can be a power player in this space. Edit room roles, host, boom. So now, anytime you want to talk about metaverse, we got a new spot.
Dope. I'm gonna try to get like everybody that we know that are making wearables and shit to come in that room.
All right, cool. This way we can isolate audiences, dude. There's value in smaller rooms, but with like quality people.
Yeah, I know. Really quality people.
And we have to figure out how to stop adding certain people to certain rooms, because there's a lot of vibe killers that I've been noticing.
Yeah.
I'm just.
Milad.
I'm not gonna get into that one.
Leave it lie.
That shit's crazy though, man. I don't know.
Every fucking night,
on.
Man. God
I don't know
damn.
what is going on.
The White Walkers are coming for us. I don't know, dude. It drives me nuts sometimes. Dude, you guys have no idea what happens on the back channels, dude. I got 58 messages that I still have to go through on this app.
Alex, please. Bro, you don't want to know what my back channel is like, bro. It's insane. I demand to be modded. My genius deserves respect. Nigga, who are you talking to? Like, yo, bro.
So you gotta copy and paste this. I ain't your holla back girl. Oh man.
Oh my God.
Hey Lo, I never met you in person, but I like you. You're cool.
No, I like you too, bro. Yo, man, I told you a long time ago. I don't know if you remember. You know what Alex does that I think is amazing? He makes people like me who will follow nobody and nothing be like, okay, where we going now?
Yeah, fact.
I've never followed nobody in my life, bro. This is months later, bro. This is years almost over. I've been here a long time, man.
But he delivers too. So
yeah. I mean, shit. That's the only way you get people like me to follow. All that talking, I don't hear that shit. I don't hear nothing you say. I only watch what you do.
That's good, because I have no idea where I'm going, so you're fine.
It's okay. As long as you shoot for the stars, we end up on the moon. As long as we can set up a base of operations, we all right, man.
Yeah, but sometimes you gotta be lost to really get out. You know what I mean?
Hey, man, the journey is the destination.
Exactly.
Yeah,
it's a privilege to be a part of the journey, really. Right? It's just gratitude about that.
Yeah, man. I'm honored to be in the back channels and shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh, yeah, we are doing what? Okay, I'm down. Let's go.
Yep. Yo, this is another thing they have. They have a rose garden that you can walk around, clip a rose, and then they have a group of people who melt gold and they dip your rose that you selected and make it permanent. So you'll never lose it, and now your rose is now gold dipped and it's yours the way you picked it, like a special one just for you.
Why have I never heard of golden roses? That is dope as shit.
So you can't tell me that we can't
it's
come
soft
up
like
with...
jewelry though, huh?
No, dude, the thing's real size, dude. It's like it comes...
I'm saying, but jewelry is soft, gold is soft.
Yeah, but they did a really good job with these things.
That sounds dope as hell.
Then what else? They got super really cool shirts, so the shirts could be wearables and physical and digital. They also had all different books and different like educational comic books and things they made. All right. What else? Starting to get hungry again. Yo, even their vehicles look super dope, dude. You gotta see like their wraps. They got this lion wrap on the car.
Wait, sidebar. PTR real quick. I think this is my favorite NFT I ever bought.
Is it an ashtray?
It's a fucking notorious frog. Ashtray. That's a frog. Yeah, it's a frog. It's a frog skeleton. The nigga got a joint in his mouth, a blunt in his mouth, a cigarette in his mouth, a pipe. Like, I feel like they made this for me, and they was like, no, that's low. Give it to low.
Let's see, what else? Oh man, I might have to go soon. I've been streaming all day. I've been online for 6 hours total.
All you do is take a break to go eat, came right back.
No, I took a piece of aluminum foil. This is probably horrible for my health, but I don't really care because I don't have time. So I took a piece of aluminum foil and wrapped a burger patty and put it inside the George Foreman grill so I don't have to clean up the George Foreman grill. And then I literally just shoved that in my mouth, and then I jumped on this call for 2 hours with these people in Bulgaria, and I had a one English speaker and two Bulgarians that don't speak a lick of English other than hello, thank you, which is not useful. And we went through all these different ideas and concepts, and they were just like, yo, my brain can't wrap around it. I said, dude, it's like drinking from a fire hose. I get it. It took me 8 months to get this information into my head, and I still don't understand everything. But I have the ability to understand where you are at, and they're like, listen, if you could just do it, we'll get you to do it. And I'm like, yeah, but it's more than that, because if you can understand it, you're going to be able to mold your main vision around what this potentially could bring to the table. So they have to understand it at a certain level. You agree?
Yes.
Everybody wants it done for them.
That's the thing I learned in the music business, right? That's why I am a multidisciplinarian. You keep waiting on people to do shit, you'll never do shit. You need people that step up to do it, or else you might as well just do it yourself.
Yeah.
I wanted to shoot a video. I learned how to shoot videos, and I fucking got a tripod. I paid somebody to hold the camera, and then I edited it myself.
And look at what you're doing now. What is this called? This is other locations. How you guys doing today? You guys just jumped on the stage. I want to just let you know that we've been working really hard all day, so we're gonna take a little quick break and introduce some of the new people into the room. How you guys doing?
Hey, Alex, good to see you again, man. It's been a while.
It's been a couple days.
No, it's been a while for me, man. I've been MIA, just working on some stuff, but I've been on Clubhouse too. Just dip my toes back in. I know you've been doing shows every day, so it's good to see you back.
Yep. It's always good to be around good people. Now, if we could just figure out how to work harder and actually decentralize the amount of roles and responsibilities, and then multiple people can get paid for doing simple, easy to bite-sized tasks, we could win even more.
Your reach should be beyond your grasp. That's the way it goes, right?
Yeah, dude, we're doing things that are not normal. And then we're showing people that it's possible. It's not sustainable yet, but we're gonna get there.
Can I ask, or why is it not sustainable?
How many times have you stayed up for 24 hours, 7 days a week for 8 months straight?
Got you?
Yeah, I can't do that anymore. I did it, I burned myself out, and it took me 3 months to recharge my batteries and get the confidence to come back online publicly. And now I'm coming back on multiple platforms and streaming on like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 separate channels all at the same time, harnessing the communities around us to grow it to not 30,000, but like 300,000, then to 3 million. That's the goal.
Just point me and shoot.
That's it, man.
You know, I'd like to tell you about the Metaverse project I'm watching this week.
What is it?
I'm watching, so last time I saw you guys, I built a VR gallery in the Metaverse.
Send me the link.
Gallery.
What's the link? I'll go to it right now.
Road.gallery.
Your audio's kind of chunky. What is it? Road?
Yeah, hold on. I'm on the street in New York as usual.
Yo, that was
So it's loud over here. It's called Road.gallery. And so that's my NFT gallery I built in the Metaverse. It's the whole thing is built, you know, my own two hands, man. It's just my own idea that I had this vision. But now I extended it. And so now I used to do open mics, spoken word open mics in New York City for a long time. And so I got some of that crew back together. And now we're going to do a VR open mic spoken word this Friday, October 1st. It's called The Most Hated Poets. And I'm definitely inviting anybody here who's interested in either listening or getting up on stage to get up on that VR stage and read their stuff.
Awesome. I'm getting, when I go to the website link, I don't know if you're using iframes, but I'm only able to see a 1.5 inch version of the thing.
Okay, yeah, that's broken for you. So that one actually does have an iframe. I gotta get rid of that. A couple people told me the same thing, but maybe a different browser might be better. But it's okay. The open mic is a totally different space. It's a brand new theater that I built in the Metaverse. It's called the Forest Amphitheater, and it's like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. It's like you're down on the floor in the forest with these huge mushrooms and this huge like log, and it's like you climb up to the top of the mushrooms. It's got a stage. It's got like video walls. It's sick, man. You're gonna love it.
I'm trying to get there. Hold on. Let's see. No. Command V. Road.gallery. Let's see if this works better. I'm in Firefox. It looks like it works. You're using the Miami logo?
Yeah, man. So I did the last show we did was for the Miami. We did with Jen Joy. She curated it, it was the NFTs.tips for Miami, a big photo show, and we got a whole bunch of like 30 different artists to show their photography. We sold a bunch of NFTs. It was awesome.
Very cool. Test, enter room, mute my mic, no, enter. And I'm looking at the road gallery. I see the zodiac signs. You got like videos playing. Next room. Where do I go? It froze.
Just walk down the road, man. Walk down the road. So it's like, lonely desert road surrounded by artwork. And you could just, we had like 30 people opening night, and we were on Clubhouse at the same time. Everybody was talking about their art, and we would walk down the road from art to art, just like, getting the artist's perspective on where it came from. It's beautiful. And I'm definitely working on another show for that gallery, but a totally different space now. If you guys are interested, I'm doing the spoken word open mic on Friday. Hit me up. I'm happy to share it with you guys. I'll let you know if anybody's interested. This is called The Most Hated Poets.
So how long did it take you to build this metaverse?
That gallery I did in about 3 weeks. Yeah, the theater I've been working on for a little while longer, but I've been putting a lot of effort into it. There's a lot more features. It has a stage with an actual mic, so when you get up on stage, there's like speakers throughout the whole theater, and it was just tuning all those speakers to sound really good, make it sound beautiful, getting the video to work. I built my own avatars, all kinds of really cool shit for the theater, and we did like a soft launch last month just with some poets, and it was beautiful. It was phenomenal. People's minds were blown. You don't need VR. You can just come in on your desktop. But if you have an Oculus, you could be right there with us, be in there. And I even took my poetry, and I built a 3D model of the poetry, and I minted that now in Foundation. It's a 101.
So this whale made out of stars, did you make that too, or is that part of the Mozilla hub space?
No, I made that.
What?
Yep, that's mine right there.
That's awesome, dude.
Thank you so much.
It's those little subtle things that make it super awesome,
Yeah, man. I mean, I've seen a whole bunch of NFT galleries, and a lot of them just look like galleries. They look like rooms, white walls, stuff like that. I wanted to do something that was a little bit pushing the boundaries, and it's something that came from a dream I had. So I was like, for me, that's my art. That gallery is my art, and we're in my artwork, like having an event, having a party inside my artwork. And so for me, that's mind blowing, man. That's the future.
Agreed. I don't know how much further. I got to the road where it curves up and goes over a hill. Does it keep going, or does it stop there?
No, there's other rooms. So you did the whole road right now. So there's like, you can click on, there's a link that's floating over there by the hill, and that'll take you to room 2. And then I'm going to expand it out and have more shows too, and those will be like all connected to each other.
Is there a way to run, or I have to do it like with slow little Kansas City
No,
shuffle?
hold down shift.
Uh-huh.
This is like your MMOR, just like, same controls as a normal video game on a computer.
I don't play video games, but let's see. Join room. Accept. I'm a little teddy bear. I'm a teddy bear. Enter room. What happened? Alright, this is way faster. This is my speed. I like to run through shit.
Yeah, man. No, you just hold on that shit, man. You'll be speeding. You can also fly, too.
How do I fly?
Hit the G key on your keyboard, and then you can just fly up in the air. Wherever you're looking, that's where you'll go.
I hit the G key, but it didn't do anything.
Now, point up. So when you're in the, click on the screen with your mouse, and look up, and then push forward, and you fly up in the air.
Alright, I'm flying now. Trippy, dude. What's up, Chicken Waffle?
Hey, what up, fam?
Yo, we got some really cool shit I'm working on. I got a mural board. Oh shit. Let me close this thing. We were on the road metaverse of the gallery developer of Road.gallery, Mr. Roger. So I've been building out this presentation, or at least the framework of what should be in the presentation for this Bulgarian historic cultural arts center that's a physical location in the world where people can go and learn about the ancient history and civilization back in the different time periods. And they built this park and recreated different time periods, living spaces, and all different things. And when I first went there, I was like, bro, this is like a real world metaverse. So now I want to help create an opportunity to take what they already built in the physical space and either build out complementary VR experiences or metaverse experiences that could be modular, so you're not trying to do the whole park all at once, but there could be different sections, and or create a photorealistic OBJ file using a camera that creates like those virtual tours, and then turn that file into the location where the metaverse would be hosted in, and then give people the ability to like interact and experience something in a virtual way, but of something that's real, that's going to inspire them to want to go and check it out in real life.
I dig that. That sounds right up my alley, bro.
Yeah. So
we just started working on this new space. We're doing the XR Safety Week. It's a conference in December, a week-long conference, and we're building out essentially a metaverse experience, social experience in the front of the Taj Mahal. So we're doing this awesome like virtual Taj Mahal and stuff, and you're out in front of it, and then you can go up into this speaker hall that's the inside of it. It feels like, you know, this awesome Indian dome that's based on I forget the name of this place. It was based off of a true space, but it was built almost like a stage. Hey, what's the name of that space? That one right there? No, it's the Aina Mahal. It's Aina.
It's from the movie Bajaro Mastrani.
It's from the movie Bajaro Mastrani, and so it was built as a set, and it's just amazing. It's called the Room of Mirrors, where if you stand in the center of it, there's all these mirrors along the dome ceiling that all reflect whoever's standing in the center of the room, and so it's just really a phenomenal architecture that says, you know, really pays homage to the Indian culture, and so yeah, we're building this. That's going to be essentially the speaker hall for the presentations and the keynote and the stuff like that. And then there's essentially like a social area that's going to feel like you're in the garden in front of the Taj Mahal.
Sounds dope to me.
Sounds amazing, dude.
Yeah, so we've been planning. We had the project come in a couple weeks ago, but then everything, you know, I always like to do a lot of pre-production before we get cracking on the actual art execution. That way we're, you know, measure twice, cut once. And so I had a bunch of meetings over the past couple of weeks, just talking and reiterating and drawing up sketches and just kind of like talking our way through of making sure, you know, everything was, well, for one part, I wanted to capture the essence of being at the Taj Mahal, but I also wanted to capture the essence of, well, I wanted to capture the essence of the event and the sponsors and what's important to the takeaway, but also, like I said, you gotta be respectful to this. You know, it's a mausoleum. You know what I mean? You don't want to like brand the Taj Mahal because nobody's gonna appreciate that. So you gotta do it with tasteful kind of approach, where essentially you enter the space. The idea is you enter the space, and as you're walking up, you see the top kind of fit. You know, the whole goal of the common space is to showcase other people in the community that are building cool stuff and kind of give them a wall to, you know, to have their link, and so people have discovery and stuff like that. So we're also building like the big website for the event where you'll be able to submit your metaverse to be showcased in, in that common gallery. So there'll be essentially this garden showcase of other metaverse experiences, NFT galleries, and stuff like that. We've been building a lot of these NFT galleries ourselves, and so but also it's just important to help rise up the whole ecosystem collectively. It's not about just one builder. We gotta try to rise the tide for all the ships to rise.
So I just sent you a link in your back channel if you want to take a look at a chicken waffle, and I can walk you through what I see as the steps that are required to make this possible.
Chicken waffle, man, that would be awesome. Thanks so much for that. Let me know what you need. I'd love to be there.
Yeah, so if y'all want to reach out, so chickenwaffle.com is our so Chicken Waffle's a game studio in Austin, Texas, but we do a lot of these metaverse experiences, like we did the CES and the Super Bowl and Microsoft Ignite and the big thing for Pride, and we're doing like a big Meta Vegas. We're doing all these like virtual NFT galleries and stuff like that, but that's really not even our main thing. It just kind of became like, hey, we build all this stuff, and there's so many people that need this stuff, especially like the people that are putting on these big conferences and stuff like that. So it just kind of naturally, organically shifted this. So if you want to reach out through our website, or Finn at Chicken, F-I-N-N, I'm Finn, Finn at chickenwaffle.com. You can send me whatever, and like I said, as soon as we get our kind of the new page, because the page that they had was just like a WordPress placeholder page to snag the website, and so we're over the next week we'll have the new website with like speaker sign up and your metaverse sign up and all these other essentially sign up forms, and you'll be able to submit NFTs, and all the talks are going to be about like essentially like safety initiatives and like rights and digital rights and things like that for kind of future ethical standards for the metaverse and this kind of next world that we're essentially building collectively. So it's pretty cool. The group that is doing it is XRSI, the XR Safety Initiative. They just recently lobbied against this bill and they got it pushed through that like basically made it illegal for any company to gather data on users under 13 years old, and because this new bill was essentially going to allow that, and they lobbied against it and succeeded on getting it shut down, which is pretty cool.
Are you participating in the 2030 agenda?
I hadn't even heard of it.
Really? You should look into it. Agenda 2030.
Yeah, Finn, man, I'm going to hit you up right now. Listen, I got to jump off, but it's a pleasure to see you again. It's been a while.
You too.
Yeah, and I was just saying I'm releasing a new metaverse project. I'm doing a spoken word in VR. We're launching it this Friday. I'm, happy to, invite you to be there if you want to come. It's called The Most Hated Poets. And if, yeah, man, and then if you don't have time Friday, I'm happy to give you a private tour of the space, man. I'm really proud of it. I'd love to get your feedback.
Yeah, I'd love to attend. Sounds really cool. I'm big on poetry, and hopefully nobody hates me, but
Nah, gotta be a hated poet, man. It's the ones that tell the truth.
I gotta say, so I wrote a book of poetry when I was younger. When I was in the Army, I went to war twice, and like oftentimes I found myself writing love poetry to my girlfriend at the time. I'd write her these like love poems and stuff, and then once I got out of the Army, I went into school and started, growing out my hair and being a hippie, smoking pot in Austin, and it got me writing a bunch of poetry that was like anti-war kind of poetry, and so I never really thought about like publishing any of it. And then my girlfriend at the time, whenever I was like, writing all this stuff, she was like really into like arts and crafts, and she took my poetry and made a book of it, and like got me a book. And it was just so happened that whenever she took my poetry and laid it all out, I had the exact same number of love poems as I did like, basically like anti-war, the fucking fallacy of man kind of poems. And so we compiled this book of poetry, and I called it I don't even remember, like Love is War or something like that. And yeah, and so it's really interesting because like on the left page, every left page is a love poem that I wrote during the war, and every right page we were able to find this kind of like satirical kind of poke at humanity that actually lines up really well with like the love poem that I wrote while I was sitting in war, you know what I mean, like years before. And so yeah, it was just kind of interesting. But I took it up to like my roommate at the time convinced me to go to one of those like poetry slams, and like, dude, you got awesome poetry, because I'd read it to my roommate or something. I'd like read the poem that I wrote, and they're like, dude, these are really good. Like, you should go to like a poetry slam and present it. I was like, oh, that's great. And then so I went with them, went to this like poetry slam in Austin, and totally bombed. Like, I did not. It was not the kind of poetry, because like, those poetry slams are like, like words saying out loud, speaking with things, and like, mine were more like, mine were more like iambic pentameter, like these like not the same kind of poetry at all. I just totally bombed on stage. I was like, it was my first stage bomb.
Oh man, that's what you gotta do. Listen, I used to run poetry readings in New York City for 10 years. We had open mics up just about every single borough except for Staten Island, and we used to go on stage with a jazz band, and I would host, and we had this group called ourselves the Buffalo Poets. Look it up, man. But we built that in response to slam. Slam was good for what it was, but slam was not poetry. Slam is performance. But listen, man, to me, like, that sounds amazing. You got to sign up, you got to come, and you got to read. Come on stage on Friday, man. I'll hold the spot for you. The Most Hated Poets. Hit me up in the back channel. I'll send you the link. All right, guys, I got to jump off, man, but this is great. I'm so glad to see you guys again, and definitely all the best and more to come.
Yo, can't wait to see what's next. We'll see you soon, all right?
Yeah, man, you too. All right, bye.
Welcome. We have anybody else that's been in the room for a while that wants to say hi and just keep the energy flowing and going?
You know what I did the other night? I used the GAN. Are y'all familiar with GAN?
Yeah.
So I used a GAN algorithm to take one of Sabet's ladies that he always paints, and I turned it into a real character, a real girl that was generated from one of Sabet's works. Here, I'll load it up here. So if you PTR, you'll see the human that was generated from one of Sabet's art pieces, which is kind of his common theme, is this girl's face. And here I'll replace it with the one that I generated it from. It was this one.
So can you teach your machine to create artwork just like him?
Yeah, right. So this is the piece that, yeah, I mean, the weird thing is I could take, like, I can then go the other direction after you load it in. You can go the other direction and take a normal face and turn it into more like this, which is crazy.
Yeah. Chicken Walker, how do you stay focused?
I got a lot of stuff going on, man. I'm all over the place, always. I'm the CEO of a company with 29 people, so I just got out of a brainstorming big, long meeting that ended very weird, too, because we started talking about hijabs, and it was like some people had different opinions than others, and it was just like, hey, let's get back on track. Actually, let's all go back to our computers because this meeting's over. Fucking bunch of dudes in Texas talking about hijabs don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Do you see digital cubicles around the corner?
Digital cubicles?
Yeah, where you're actually creating like cubicles in VR space and getting people excited about life and putting on headsets to communicate with their buddies next to them in the next cubicle.
That's interesting. I mean, I'd say that the kind of work that works better without cubicles is best just to remove those cubicles in real life. Like, I don't know, because I don't work somewhere with cubicles. But I know in game development, cubicles oftentimes don't work at all for any, like, it just doesn't feel good. It doesn't flow right. You need that back and forth conversation. You need people to, like, lean over and look at your screen all the time. You need people to gather around a certain screen. So the open floor plan just works a lot better for game development, I found. But so it's hard to say because the industry I know best doesn't work well with cubicles in the first place, you know?
Got it. But do you think the rest of the world is ready to work the way you work?
I don't know. I mean, I like the way I work, but it takes a certain type of it takes a different kind of approach than the typical corporate structure. Like we have, I try to promote a flat hierarchy, which means that there's no leadership. Essentially, everyone has an equal say. Everybody is the boss. Like I like to say, I work for everyone, and I think that takes a certain approach and extremely thick skin because oftentimes I'll try to put out a directive that gets essentially shit on and shot down whenever it's important that I get my point across. And so in order to succeed with my opinion or directive, I essentially have to convince them that this is a good idea through asking them questions, through getting their opinion, through hearing them out and evolving my idea into something that they agree with, which is, I think it's a really great way to be creatively, but it's definitely not for everybody and definitely not for some personality types I don't think would be able to deal with the people that work for them, you know, counter arguing with everything they say all the time, you know what I mean? Because if you're not ready for that, if you're not pushing for it, then it feels actually very kind of, I don't want to say aggressive, but it feels sometimes very, it's an argument, you know what I mean? It's like an argument when you didn't want one, but the way I feel is if I'm trying to get a design idea across or a gameplay element or, something like that, and they have a reason to push back, I want them to have that open forum to push back. I want them to push back because I either, one, haven't explained what I was talking about correctly, so I need to explain it better, or two, maybe my idea is a bit tunnel vision and I'm not seeing other elements to it that I need to evolve my idea into. And that's where you get like well-rounded design, is you have a diversity of input, you know, and from people with different backgrounds have played different games that have a different idea of what's cool. And if you can collectively all agree that this would be pretty cool, then you probably have something badass on your hands. And if you don't, then it's really good that those people have an open forum to speak up rather than feeling like they're stepping out of line or stepping on anyone's toes, because instead of just them having the right to, it's almost their responsibility to, because they're in the position, everyone's in the position to take that responsibility to speak up about something that they see a flaw in or a loophole or things like that. I think that's really important to prosper in or help foster in the game development creative sector. But like I said, that I don't know if that would work for every other kind of industry, because a lot of other industries rely on the top-down kind of hierarchy.
Got it. Do you use any apps to keep track of your performance?
Not to necessarily keep track of performance. I mean, we use a lot of like project management stuff, but I don't really think of it in the terms of performance because we juggle so much that it would be hard to signify that with performance. I think of it more in like productivity rather than performance, and so you can see where things are. It's really more about planning and constantly shifting focus and understanding milestones and how fast we're going to reach them, or what conversations we need to have as soon as possible so we can gauge pushing out certain milestones or gauging, launch dates or these kind of deliverables. And so the closer we can identify that from, the further out, the better we can maybe shift gears or pull somebody else on or put this person elsewhere, or have another design conversation where we essentially evolve the idea and create something that's more easily reached while actually provides an even better user messaging of where we were trying to go. And so a lot of times those blockers, those walls that people hit, if you don't have open communication, then they're just banging their head on this task or this problem, and they get totally inundated with it for days and trying to solve this, versus if you have the conversation of design meets engineering and you uncover that this is a huge problem, and through a simple conversation you go, well, why don't you just do this instead? That'd be easy. And they're like, oh shit, that would be easy. We'd probably do that in an hour. It's like, boom, that's actually a better design anyway. And they're like, cool, fucking boom, it's done in an hour, versus the next 3 days were spent trying to solve this really hard task, whereas you can evolve the task into something that's more easily obtainable and solvable and actually does better for the enjoyment of play. So it's important to have open communication and common and often communication. And so I'm on the phone a lot and communicating. I try to communicate with everybody on the team at least once or twice a day, for the people remotely, and then the people, of course, that are in the studio. It's all over the place. It's just every day is unique. Every project's a unique snowflake.
If you weren't doing this, what would you be spending your time doing?
I mean, I don't know. If I was a billionaire, I'd like to think this is pretty much how I'd spend my time. I'd probably go snorkeling in the Caribbean a little bit more often, but other than that, I'd like to think this is exactly what I'd be doing. I'd probably employ a lot more people, and so I'd probably be doing this even more. But, I like what I do. Like I said, I think it feels like I do my hobby for my career, so I can't imagine myself doing anything else, except for the same time I do like 20 different things. So it's kind of, and I don't have any direct roadmap holding me down to not being able to take on a new direction. I think that's really important for a creative studio like ours, because as the platform changes, as WebXR evolves, I mean, that's what we're building. We're building what we're calling it is the WordPress of XR. People like the gentleman that was just in here, Regional, or what was his name? The guy that was just in here, Roger. Perfect example, yourself, you're talking about building these immersive metaverse experience. We are building a dashboard where the average developer that's a non-engineer can create, customize, reskin, and publish, with a link, a immersive AR or VR or Web 3D experience has Web 3D or Web 3 kind of back-end MetaMask connection and avatar authorization with to your NFT collection and all these other kind of elements as a modular tool that we need to just get it out there and expose it and give it away. I mean, it's not the kind of thing that we can accurately keep our thumb on. We just need to write the blueprint and hand it over to the world. It's not, because we're working on a marketplace, but we also need the tools by which we need. So we're building the tools we need, but those tools we want to just create for the public domain of everybody. Just take them, use our tools, evolve our tools, create products from our tools, create new tools from our tools. We don't want to own the blueprint for a hammer. We want to give the blueprint for a hammer to all architects around the world, because then people can create a better hammer, or they can use that hammer to build things. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I want to welcome Dan into the room. I see him at the bottom, and we were talking about Nifty Kit earlier, so if you want to come on stage, I got a few questions if you want to come help share a little bit about the product. If not, that's fine too. I just wanted to give you the invitation if you'd like to come up.
Yo, Alex, what's up, man? Thank you for having me up.
What's up, buddy? Yeah, so I have an interesting opportunity. I just got married in Europe, and on my honeymoon, I was exploring different.
Congrats.
Thank you. I was exploring different locations instead of like normally my honeymoon would have been like 5 or 6 different countries. We would have spent a few days in each country and just bounced around. But because of the stupid test you have to get, it's like it was not pleasurable. So I stayed in Bulgaria, and I found this place at the last couple of days of my trip that is a historic park that's not run by the government. It's private owned, private money, and they got private investors, like decentralized, and they spent 8 or 9 years building what they have so far, and they plan on building another 6 years worth to get their vision that they started with finished until they start, growing it even more. They built out and reconstructing historical buildings that were done from prehistoric times all the way to modern time, and they created like this village for each time period for you to go in and interact and experience, which made me feel like I was in a real world metaverse. And they had 300 or 250 artists create canvases that they have now in a gallery. And I was like, bro, we should be able to turn this into NFTs and do all this stuff in crypto. So like they were so far away from the digital and the technology that they were kind of like, yeah, we're trying to move away from that. But I'm like, yeah, but you're missing that the upgrade to the 3.0 internet is going to require you to be a part of this, you know? So I wanted to create something that was going to give people an opportunity to collect those art pieces, create a separate contract that the specific location is going to be able to create, and then give people access to like a smart contract that would be able to sustain the commission structure, and possibly have multiple wallet addresses associated to the smart contract, so the artist and the park would get a percentage of the sale, and they can have multiple different layers of things where they can have like a one of one animation of super rare, and then a more common that's attainable for the regular man to come in and support the project and participate and interact with the art and just be able to save it and do different things. So I don't know if you guys are also doing generative art projects yet, but I see a lot of potential and possibilities and opportunities. So I figured let me ask the man, since you were in the room.
Wow, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that detail. It sounds really cool. Yeah, I think there's a lot of different things that we could do. I think we could look at it as like different layers depending on, it sounds like there's a lot of different pieces from, all the different artists involved. I think the trickiest thing will be to somehow introduce the split correctly so everybody gets paid. Right now, kind of an issue, there's just a general issue with royalties not being baked into the contract and honored by every app or secondary market to honor for people. But minus that, I think there's a lot of creative things that we could do. Maybe we can have a little room or a powwow specifically for that, to see how we can get everybody involved. But one of the types of contracts that we have allows people to collaborate all on one custom contract. So I think that could be really cool for that project.
Yeah, do you guys do the generative art thing yet?
Yeah, so for the generative art, we are not doing the generation on mint, so on demand, like, ideally, or, if your project wants to do it on the fly, that's something that we can't do right now. But what we're doing for some of the generative projects that are coming in,
is a lot of these generative projects are created beforehand, so we just need to find a way to seed the collection and let people come by. But yeah, there's a lot of different types of, depending on what kind of generative project it is, there's some that use like P5 JavaScript to do, the art blocks and some of these like mathematical type.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like they have these different layers of historical periods of time. So I was thinking about doing a generative art project for each, let's call it a realm. So I want to have like a 3D metaverse that you can have augmented reality, and depending on which time period you have selected, you could be able to interact with those experiences. But I was thinking maybe the NFT would give you access that you can explore different like realms, and the NFT would be the unlockable that would give you access to different realms and or potential in real world activities like archery or horseback riding or sword fighting with another person, like doing these really cool wild experiences, but you need to hold the NFTs in order for you to access those experiences.
Yeah, I think a lot of what could make the experience dynamic, if you're looking at it just from the pure technical part of the NFT, is baking that information in the metadata. That way, whenever the experience is created, like ideally it's going to be a metaverse, a fully immersive experience. You are able to get access through the door if you hold a certain NFT, but as you're walking around through the realm, that realm is going to check that NFT, see what kind of attributes and metadata is in there, and then render different things accordingly to what time frame it is. But yeah, there could be just like a simple unlockable or gateway that you could use, and just figuring out the metadata to bake into the NFT will be like the main key. And then later on, you can kind of build the experiences around that.
So are you telling me that they make physical readers that a person can hold their phone up to a door, and if they have the NFT in their physical possession, that the door will unlock and they'll be able to open the door in a real world scenario, not in a metaverse?
You can build that.
What?
Sure, because what you could do is you could have the platform that has the ability to show the key, if you will, the QR code or the key or whatever you need to display to get in, right? You could have that sitting on the accessibility of that on the platform, and then when you go to the platform, you could, like I said, you log in, you connect your MetaMask. If you have that required NFT in your wallet, then you can essentially access, just as if you were on a whitelist if your wallet was on that whitelist, what you essentially do is you have a back-end database that you connect to that then allows you to bring up that key, if you will.
Yeah, think of it maybe like a smart home, right? So if you have an NFT, it's on your phone, your smart home would unlock you if, you possess that or somehow connect the systems together. But yeah.
That's super trippy, dude. Come on, man, that's cool.
We just gotta build it. I think that's the cool thing about NFTs. Like, right now we're just minting NFTs and we're calling them JPEGs, and there's some cool utility and stuff coming through, like through Discord or stuff that people are doing on their roadmaps. But once the stuff like that, NFT smart home, that's just dynamically looking at your wallet all the time and adjusting your environment, even as those NFTs change. We don't even know what's coming yet, but it's pretty cool to think about.
I agree with the community by my side as I was walking them through all the different steps. So maybe we could jump on a session and I could walk you through what I see as an option. And I'm just trying to figure out what the best way is to not only onboard this client, but potentially be able to sell other people your service and onboard them, since I know that you have a lot of really interesting options that other platforms aren't able to provide at this time.
Yeah, I would love to. And kind of the way that we're creating our products is just to be as flexible enough for people to do their drops. We're about to release the drop kit, which is pretty much like the reveal randomizer on OpenSea, so you could have everyone come mint your NFT. Basically, you hold a placeholder, and then at a later date, you can reveal. So that could be something cool with your project, like, hey, we're releasing these 5,000 NFTs from different points and periods of time for this village. They're going to be represented by 5,000 different generative art pieces by these artists. Go ahead and come mint, and then X days later you could do a reveal, and then based on the reveal, if you want to build something simple like a site that just checks the NFTs and loads more information about that time period, I think it could be a cool way to get people trading.
Or it could work like this too, where you have an event and you do the NFT drop 2 weeks before the event, and the reveal happens the day of the event.
Yeah. Or one thing that you could do is, let's say it's only open to 100 people, and then every day we refresh the NFT metadata to give you a different location and time period. So, like, you can even run interesting things like that if you're able to change the metadata. It's a little bit different than just like, hey, here's 10,000 avatars, some of them are rare, mint one, and that's what you get. We're starting to introduce the ability to do more dynamic, fun stuff with metadata, if that makes sense.
No, I totally understand, dude. I'm getting excited just listening to you talk, because my main idea was to rent out hotels and migrate community incubators that we would bring 20 to 50 to 100 or more, or potentially start with 10,000 people in a location and narrow it down based on performance, proof of work, and or potentially what they own in their wallet, to guide them through this month or more long journey. And in that period of time, bringing people together who are developers and artists and social media experts and content creators, and create little hardcore teams of people who will eventually have like a lifelong relationship and career path because they went on this adventure.
Yeah, it sounds awesome. Let's definitely chat and set some time aside to just geek out and go deep on that.
All right, cool. I'm gonna send you a message on this thing. How do I do it? Right here. Bam.
But welcome back. It's good to see you again. Probably missed some features on the app.
I don't know what I'm doing, dude. I'm streaming on 14 platforms live. I'm going on airtime. I'm creating videos. I'm doing onboarding into Solana. Are you going to be doing Solana now?
We're getting a lot of people, asking about that. We're digging in a little bit more into like the Solana smart contracts, but probably not any time in the next month or so.
Oh, I'm not worried about it in the next month. I'm talking about in the next 10 years.
Oh, yeah, then we got plenty of time. I'm looking at this like 1 month at a time. I mean, when we all started doing this stuff, it's just crazy how to see like all this shit going on. So, yeah, it's fun. But definitely in 10 years, I'll get Solana for you for sure.
Nice. Can't wait. I just got my wallet today, so I'm ready. I'm going to start doing little rooms about Solana, because I met, I don't know if you know Irvin, but he's in Miami. He was out in New York for a couple of days. I ran out to New York to meet him in person, and he's working on this really cool wallet that has AR functionalities where you can take your 3D avatars and your 3D NFTs and put them in real space and interact with them, and it has like social functionality and the ability for other people to communicate with you through your wallet. So I'm excited to see what this space is going to turn into.
Yeah, I think the 3D VR stuff is really interesting. I know we've gotten people that want us to be able to support the ability to interact with the NFT. That's one of those data objects. But yeah, I think just being able to place it out in the real world, take screenshots or selfies with whatever kind of floating board Bored Ape or whatever kind of, objects you're putting from the metaverse into the real world is pretty cool. Some contests and ways to engage the community would be really cool through that.
Nice. How much time do you have, like, on a regular week?
Time to work, 24/7.
Oh, so you're on the same clock as me.
Yeah, there's just a lot going on. Really focusing on getting the tools up so people can fish for themselves, and a lot of it is just the demand for people to do these drops where you push off the minting to the buyer, and then adding other tools in there like whitelisting. I know a lot of people to prevent their collectors and fans from fighting for gas wars want to do like special token access. I know people are using Collabland and Discord, but eventually we're going to need to like have our own experiences.
Right. I agree.
Yo, so Alex, I haven't really bought anything with Solana yet, but I heard that Solana has like the lowest gas fees known to man. So that's mainly why a lot of people are leveraging Solana, and I know Uzi just had a drop today too. So I know. All right, peace. Yeah, and I know that's why he leveraged Solana.
I'm looking at Solana because there are a lot of developers are moving over there because they're waiting for Ethereum 2.0 and they're getting impatient. So I don't know what there is yet. I tested it out for about 2.5 hours this morning, and I ran into a lot of broken links and a lot of problems, and we're still so early. And until we learn cross-chain and be like chain agnostic and just identify where we believe the future is, that's going to be where we want to be, then we just have to constantly be learning, testing, exploring, and experiencing.
100%.
Yes, sir.
What were the issues you were having? You were saying like broken links. Like, is it just pretty janky experience on a specific marketplace, or?
Oh, like how about the main marketplace didn't even work? It was like, sorry, we'll be back soon. Oh yeah, all right, I ain't coming back here until like, it was just, I went through their NFT section and I clicked on all the links and half of them just gave me broken code or the link wasn't working, and I was just like, all right, who can explain this to me? And the whole room were just like, it was just crickets. So it was like,
Hey Alex.
Yeah.
Was that Solon Art? Was that SolonArt.io?
Yeah, that was down this morning.
Oh wow.
So like one of the things that I see is the UI UX is not designed for the rest of the world. It's designed for like the people who are coders. So when you're not in that wheelhouse and you don't understand what the hell these people are talking about, like we've been in this space, I have been for at least 9-10 months now, and I look at this stuff and I'm like, why did they choose this language? Why did they make it so hard for me to know where to click to open the app? Oh, after a half an hour of like clicking all the buttons on their website, it turns out that they didn't even launch the app, that this is just like a holding container, and it's just like frustrating because you're like, everybody starts talking about something, you get excited, you want to participate, and I'm like, so which is the app that I can onboard to make people excited about Solana, that when they get that little taste, they're like, yo, I'm hooked, and I don't know what the answer is yet. It seems like there's a lot of opportunity there, but I don't know.
I think Solana is also doing like a lot of grants and stuff too to get people to come over. So that might be, I'd be interested to see like how many people are flocking over there just for the straight love of Solana and thinking it's the future versus like incentivized. I'm not sure if anybody's aware of that.
Well, one of the deep dark holes that I went down on the Ethereum blockchain was discovering what these robots are doing behind the scenes and how they're pushing projects up using these offer bots that have no money locked up in an escrow. So they're making these offers and you go to accept it and there's actually no real offer, but now your asset has like 32 ETH offer on it, but it's not real. So you, as a psychological person holding it, they feel like there's a real value because they feel like somebody actually wants it, but it's not true. So like, I don't know, dude. My research has shown me that the idea that this is like euphoria space is false, and that we need to really be educating ourselves and understanding the space at a real deep level before we get like sucked into lies and wash trades and other things that are happening for these media outlets to cover the space, when in reality a lot of that stuff is not even real. What's up, Skirt? Skirt, skirt.
Yeah, man, we out here, man. Streets of New York City, you know what it is. Yeah, man.
How you been?
Good to have you back, bro. I've been alright, man. I'm in the Bronx. Lost a couple of friends, so just came through to hang out and, mess up the neighborhood. Other from that, family's good, friends are good. Still working on the music, still working on the art. Not trying to rush nothing, taking my time, observing.
If you in the Bronx, how long you in the Bronx for?
I'll be here for a while.
I'm in Connecticut. I'm like a half hour away, 40 minutes.
Yo, bro, pull up, man. Come to the Bronx, homie.
I'm not coming to the Bronx, but you're gonna come like meet me in Westchester, all right?
Bro, with me, I'm walking through the streets of the Bronx. I'm good. You good if you come to the Bronx, 100%. Not even a doubt in my mind. You 100% good.
Yo, I can't walk into the buildings. They won't let me inside.
I'm not sure what you talking about.
Huh?
Yeah, man. We're gonna make it happen.
You're gonna have to bring me through the back doors, dude. They won't let me in the front door.
Nah, man. You good with me, man. I bring everybody to the Bronx. You good.
All right, we'll catch up.
Yeah, man.
Are you coming to NYC and NFT NYC?
When?
I don't know. I think it's in like 2 weeks or something.
Where?
It's in New York. It's on Times Square.
Alright, just let me know about it.
Well, if you don't have tickets, you're not getting in. But we might have like after parties and other things happening.
Yo, I know Alex, bro. I'm getting in everywhere.
I'm not getting in, and I'm a speaker. How about that?
Ah, man, that's sad. All right, well, I can't vouch for that one, but I could vouch for you being good in the Bronx. You see me?
All right, we're gonna do our own little speaking engagements in the streets, dude. That's where I'm gonna be at.
Yeah, I do that all the time, man. I was on White Plains Road last Friday with like 1,000 people.
That's what's up. I saw some videos on your Instagram. I was just trying to figure out what you were doing. That didn't look like upstate New York in the middle of the sticks.
Nah, man, that was 219 White Plains Road, Bronx, New York, man. It was a beautiful time.
Awesome.
Yeah, but we're gonna connect, man. Keep doing your room. I don't want to hold you up. It's just great to have you back, though. Bless, man.
Yeah, I'm actually getting hungry again, dude. I missed a lot of feedings over the last couple of days. I'm trying to figure out how to remember to eat and take care of myself. Otherwise, we're gonna run into long-term health issues running clubhouse rooms. Oh man. So I think I'm gonna actually turn this room over. If you guys, do you want to keep it open or should we close it? Going once.
Keep it open, man. Keep it open, bro. Yo, I want to hear what's going on. Fill me in.
All right, I'm gonna make you guys. Yo, I'm not following you. Boom. I'm gonna make you guys the admins of the room so you guys can keep the energy flowing and going. I'm gonna follow this guy too. Who else is here? Here, you could be an ad moderator. Is Chicken Waffle still here? Here. Boom. Alright guys, you enjoy the rest of your evening. I'm gonna dip out and we'll catch up with you guys tomorrow. I start streaming early in the morning. I'll approximately like 8, 9 o'clock. So we'll see you soon, guys.
Take it easy.
Nah, man. Have a good night, brother. Have a good night.
All right, ciao.
Yo, and congrats on the wedding again, man. I still want to see pictures, bro.
Pictures. I hired a film crew that had cranes, cameras, the jibs, the steady cam operators, drone pilots. I had like fireworks and fire dancers, spark dancers. It was at like this huge castle and estate in the middle of the mountains with a lake behind it, dude. It was insane.
Yo, that sounds like some Walt Disney type vibe, bro.
Yeah, Walt Disney and Burning Man, dude. It was wild.
Walt Disney versus Burning Man? That's it. That's Alex right there.
All day, every day.
Yeah, right. All right, bro. Go grab your food, man. We here.
All right, man. Keep smiling. We'll talk soon. Wagwan, everything be Irie. Bow, bow, bow.
Yeah, right.
How do I leave? I don't even know how to leave out of here without closing the room. Hit this little I don't want to be here no more button. Leave quietly. What's this button do? Oh, that's the raised hand.
Quietly.
All right, ciao. All right, we're out of here. Let's go. How do we...